to fix it, and they know they're actually bringing it on. So they kind of want to travel forward in time to make sure they have an escape route. Like I just think they live in that. They live in that imaginary. I thought that actually really came across in that Mountainhead film. Did you watch Mountainhead?
Oh yeah, I love Mountainhead.
Yeah, I thought it was really.
He's great.
I thought it was a really clever embodiment of those ideas.
Yes.
Well, there'll be a Mountainhead. They can go have their Ayn Rand, utopia where where the rest of the world is burning. They're like watching on their phones as like people are dying in the streets, and they're like, well, shall we
test
sacrifice another bowl of caviar to
boom working
for caviar.
So you're basically saying there will always be this sort of ivory tower safe space, whether it's up in a mountain or down in a doomsday bunker where they can separate.
I mean, it's an illusion. They don't get to survive any more than anybody else does. But that they're your question is, why are they so invested in that illusion? It's honestly like it's the James Bond evil Dr. No lair. Like really, it's fiction. But you know that scene in Mountainhead when they bring the baby up to visit the guy who's supposed to be sort of Zuckerbergian?
Yeah.
And he like dotes on the baby's like been traveling for 20 hours, no doubt in great misery.
Yeah.
And he like snuggles with him for like the 30 seconds that he needs of his own humanity and then sends him off again.
Yeah.
That I think was the best representation in that film of the alienation from humanity and the human condition, that the fantasy of a world where we're governed by machines, where machines do all of our work for us, where our friends are machines. There's just a kind of abdication of the basic, like, living in a human
being a
body.
person.
Yeah,
just be
being
a person.
Be a person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Professor Jill Lepore, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's been a real treat to talk to you.
This was awesome.
So Jessica Tarlov, the Fox News liberal, decided to absolutely cook her co-hosts here and stun them into silence. This is probably the best moment that I've seen of her. So this tweet here says, Jessica Tarlov leaves her Fox News co-host speechless as she drops a truth bomb list of the issues Americans are protesting Trump for on No King's Day. So yes, this is something you'll hear, like, why are you guys even protesting, bro? Why are you protesting? Well, sit back, relax, and soak in the reasons.
We also know there was a ProPublica investigation that more than 170 Americans have been detained by ICE, with 20 held for more than a day without being able to contact their lawyer or a loved one. And that's what the No Kings protest is about. Donald Trump says, I'm not a king. And yeah, we get it. You're not a king. You wish you were a king, and you're running this administration as if you should have those kinds of rights. The lack of respect for the Constitution and the laws of this country are astounding. And Trump even told Kristen Welker when he was on Meet the Press a few months ago that he didn't know if he had to uphold the Constitution. And in preparation for today's show, I just wanted to go over, a few of the things that people who are going to be out there on the streets peacefully protesting are upset about. Starting with the basics, signing an executive order to do away with birthright citizenship, which is literally in the Constitution. Sending troops into blue cities.
Oh, you mean anchor
unilaterally implementing tariffs, which Congress gets to do. I already talked about the 170 Americans who've been locked up. Cracking down on the First Amendment, detaining students for op-eds you don't like, targeting law firms, universities, reallocating funds appropriated by Congress to fund your big ICE force, firing inspectors generals that are looking into your friends like Elon Musk, making billions off of crypto scams, and your kids are running all over the world making deals. And the Trump administration has defied 1 in 3 judges that have ruled against him. And you're seeing that from judges appointed up from Reagan up to Donald Trump that are saying absolutely not, you are breaking the law in taking some of these actions. All of that is what No King's Day is about.
I want to give her a lot of credit because this is difficult. It's difficult to be in the lion's den like this. It is very difficult to be in the lion's den like this. The politics of it behind the scenes are difficult. You got all these people, your coworkers with them. You want to be nice with them. You want to vibe with them. You don't want any problems. But at the same time, like, you have these really fundamental principled disagreements on, like, you guys are not only wrong, but like horrifically and disgustingly wrong on all these different things, right? And so For her to go in there and clean up like that in front of them is just great, knowing that she's going to get, it's fucking 4-on-1, right? It is 4-on-1. I mean, I think it's difficult enough. What Crystal does is difficult enough, where it's 1-on-1 and you have deep disagreements. This is 1, 2, 3, 4-on-1, and it is not. I do not envy her for those backroom politics, those business politics that you have to do, workplace politics. It's ugly, but she's exactly right. She's exactly right. All these things that Trump has done, I mean, I've said it before, but if only one of the things he's done, if that was the only thing, if the only thing he did so far in office was his war on the First Amendment, trying to kick pro-Palestine protesters out of the country, people who write op-eds they don't like, shit like that, cracking down on the media outlets. If he only just did that in office, that would be enough to have 7 million people out there. But no, he did that and like 848 other things that are fucking disgusting. So it's great that it broke a record, and I think we should keep this shit going, man. The other thing I'd say is, police officers, they actually did their jobs. They actually kept the peace. The protesters were totally peaceful. The only people that caused violence on the No Kings Day were the feds. It was ICE. It was federal agents that caused problems. That's it. So I think it's time for cops to start arresting ICE officers for being the criminals that they are. So that's what I'd say. But great job here from Jessica Tarlov, 100% on point. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Welcome back to Pod Save the World. I'm Tommy Vitor.
I'm Ben Rhodes.
Ben, I saw this video of you, I think from over the weekend, that was circulating on Twitter. And I just wanted to quickly play it for you and just kind of get your reaction. Let's watch.
Y'all see them and get your thoughts on the game.
I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'm not gonna ever. I'm always a Jets fan, but like, I hate this team.
That's my feeling exactly. I was born into it, and the funny thing is, I was born into being a Mets fan and a Knicks fan, and the Mets and the Knicks have taken their lumps, but I love them. I hate the fucking Jets, but I'll always be a Jets fan. But I hate this team. We have a Trumpy owner, Woody Johnson,
he sucks,
who makes all the wrong choices. It is humiliating.
And you could have been a Yankees-Giants fan and just had chips all over the wall.
Yeah, I don't regret that at all, though. Especially the Met. You know what? I kind of regret not being a Giants fan because it would have been nice to beat the Patriots a couple of times, right?
5-2, by the way, top of the AFCs.
I will never. Being a Yankees fan is like rooting for like Russia in the war in Ukraine or something. Like these are the bad guys.
I agree. They are the bad guys. They always will be. It doesn't matter how bad they are recently and how unwilling they are to fire a manager. They still suck.
I love this. Every year they run back Aaron Boone.
Aaron Boone?
Yeah.
Why not? Well, let's keep him. Thanks for enduring that, listeners.
Well, can we say in a more global sense, the Shohei Ohtani game?
Oh my God,
fucking bonkers!
If listeners don't know, Shohei Ohtani is the best baseball player that ever lived.
Maybe ever.
Played for the Dodgers. What did he pitch? It's like 6 innings, 10 strikeouts, and 3 home runs.
3 home runs. One of them out of Dodger Stadium. So I don't know what they're doing in Japanese youth baseball, but they're doing something.
Yeah, apparently not teaching people about avoiding gambling. But,
yeah. Well, that's another story.
A hell of a player. Yes. And we got a hell of a show for you today.
Yes, we do.
How about that? We're going to talk about Trump's meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky last Friday, and the drip of reports since then that suggest it was a disaster.
Yeah.
We didn't know it at the time.
Just was in private this time, not in public.
Private disaster. We're going to walk you through all the latest signs that Trump is preparing for war with Venezuela, how things look on the ground in Gaza after the ceasefire, and how the work on phase 2 is going, if at all. We're also going to check in with Noah Schnall, who was on the show a couple weeks ago. She was on one of those flotillas that was heading to Gaza. It was intercepted, and she was thrown in prison. And we'll hear what that experience was like. Pretty harrowing. Yeah, Ben, you talked to her last week, I think. Right?
Yeah, I did. She was, I mean, you'll see, but she was beat up pretty bad. It's a pretty good window into what is going on in Israeli prisons.
Yeah, pretty awful. We're also going to check in with a friend of the show, Jasper Nathaniel, who is a journalist who, again, was on a few weeks back to talk about his coverage of the West Bank. And he was in the West Bank on a reporting trip when he was literally chased by a mob of violent settlers that were clubbing people with giant sticks and trying to kill people. It was horrifying stuff. So we'll hear from him about what that experience was like. And then we're going to tell you about the new Prime Minister of Japan, how Jeffrey Epstein's abuse of young women has sparked multiple international incidents thanks to a new book. And finally highlight some devastating but really, really important and powerful coverage of the impact of Trump destroying USAID, which, as we said at the time, was going to play out over years.
Yes.
And my God, I mean, one of these stories is about Myanmar. I'm not sure if the AP piece and
Oh yeah, I read it.
I read it, and it's one of those articles. Like it's about kids starving, and it stuck with me for days. Like Hannah was like, "What's wrong with you? You kind of seem like off." Like,
and they're aware of it. I mean, they heard Marco Rubio say nobody will die because of these cuts, and then that's not what happened.
Yeah, it turns out he is a liar.
Yes.
And then finally, Ben, you're going to hear my
What a
interview with
surprise.
Anthony Amori. He is currently the Director of Security and the Chief Investigator at the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston. We say Gardner. That's the site of one of the most brazen and expensive art heists in
Famous
history.
one. Yes, I know about that one.
Great. There's a great Netflix documentary
I've watched that. Yeah.
on it right now. It's by Colin Barnacle. Mike Barnacle, who folks probably know from Morning Joe.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, his kid. Kids, I think, plural maybe. Great documentary. Mike Barnacle is a super good guy. People probably know him from Morning Joe, but he was before that a reporter and columnist in the Boston area. Anyway, we talk about this crazy story out of Paris of this daytime heist at the Louvre. I'm like, what do you do with these jewels? Like, you have like a 18th century tiara. Where do you hawk that?
You melt them down, right?
Yeah.
I think you melt them down, but we'll see what the interview
Spoiler.
says.
No, you're right. Like, what's interesting about a lot of these jewels is a lot of them were made up of like thousands of smaller jewels, which unfortunately means it's a lot easier to get rid of.
Yeah.
So anyway, super interesting. We talked about like how these heists go down, who do them, like what you do with this, where the market is for
Art
this kind
market
of
is
stuff.
fascinating.
Fascinating stuff. Okay. But we are going to kick
Hey.
off in Ukraine because last Friday, President Trump met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. So Ben and I hopped on the Pod Save the World YouTube right after to kind of give our initial reactions. We also talked about Venezuela, the case against John Bolton. Spoiler, not good for John. And the new Pentagon press rule. So check out that if you want more content. And please subscribe to Pod Save the World on YouTube because we're trying to catch up to all these right-wing accounts that are dominating YouTube right now. But since we recorded that update on Friday, there have been a ton of developments that we wanted to highlight. The first, as I mentioned at the top, is it sounds
Interesting.
like the Trump-Zelensky meeting went about as badly as the infamous one did back in February. The Financial Times got a lot of these details first. Apparently, Trump was yelling and screaming at Zelensky. He was repeating Putin's demand that Ukraine give up the entire Donbass region in eastern Ukraine, never mind all the critical fortifications in the Donbass, and that Russia isn't currently occupying the entire Donbass. Trump just wants to hand that part over too, I guess. At some point, the FT said that Trump threw maps of the front line in Ukraine, like to the side, or like threw them off the table or something. Was like, he said he was sick of seeing them. Quote, "This red line, I don't even know where this is. I've never been there," was the quote that was reported. Trump also said that Ukraine would be destroyed if they didn't make a deal. And a European official told the FT that Trump was just echoing the Russian government's position that what's happening is a special operation and not even a war. So it's like every Putin talking point was being repeated back. So that sounds great. That meeting came with Zelensky a day after Trump spoke with Putin on the phone for 2 hours. And Trump later announced he would meet with Putin in 2 weeks in Hungary. Though on Tuesday, CNN reported that the meeting in Hungary might be delayed, if not put off indefinitely, because the kind of preliminary preparatory conversations between Secretary of State Marco Rubio
Trying
and
to
Sergei
figure this
Lavrov,
out.
his Russian counterpart, are not going well. And Ben, you'll like this. When asked to clarify the timing, Putin's spokesman Dmitry Peskov was incredibly helpful as always. He said, "You cannot
Wow,
postpone what is not
what's
scheduled."
kitty kitty?
So argue with that one.
Meow.
Yeah, this cryptic way of talking.
Didn't you get
Quite
food?
effective, actually.
It's quite effective. So regardless, the outcome was incredibly demoralizing because Zelensky went into the meeting hoping to get a commitment from Trump to give Ukraine Tomahawk missiles, which are massive cruise missiles that can travel up to 1,000 miles and would be a game changer in terms of Ukraine's ability to hit targets inside Russia. Here's what President Trump told the press about this issue of territorial concessions by the Ukrainians and ending the war in Ukraine while traveling on Air Force One on Sunday.
Oh well.
We think that what they should do is just stop at the lines where they are, the battle lines. You have a battle line right now. The rest is very tough to negotiate. Let it be cut the way it is. It's
All right,
cut out
back to homework.
right now. I think 78% of the land is already taken by Russia. You leave it the way it is right now.
So Ben, like the incoherence of this and like the flip-flopping is like kind of become predictable, if that makes sense. Usually just takes one conversation from Putin to kind of change Trump's mind. But what did you make, like now that we've had a couple days to digest all the reports about what happened, what did you make of it?
I think it's really important. First of all, he is entirely taking Putin's side. Again, you don't start the negotiation from the premise that Ukraine loses everything.
Yeah, 20% of its territory.
I mean, I thought art of the deal would be, you at least start with like, okay, maybe you get Crimea and we're negotiating something else or something. So he just consistently reverts to the Putin position. And I want to kind of quickly connect this to Gaza, which we'll get to. But essentially, like,
Oh yeah, Discord.
I've been thinking a lot about the fact that Trump's quote-unquote peace, and I'm putting this in air quotes for people who have not hit the YouTube,
I forgot to open something.
is essentially just like the Russians win on their terms and Israel wins on their terms. It's not like some master deal making.
It's capitulation.
It's just saying that might makes right. The stronger party gets everything they want,
right.
And I get to call it peace. I mean, that's frankly actually what happened in Azerbaijan and other places too. But put that aside. The Budapest summit, which we talked about a bit, but it keeps sticking in my craw too, because that too is kind of validating by going to Viktor Orban. It's, first of all, upending the fact that Putin's an ICC indicted war criminal, and here's yet another country that is technically supposed to be, cooperating with the ICC that is going to welcome him. Second, it's another right-wing nationalist strongman. So this is the new world order that we're in here, right? Putin and Trump and Orban, just like it was Trump and Sisi and Netanyahu and blah, blah, blah. But also importantly, the Budapest Memorandum is like the stab-in-the-back document to the Ukrainians. And again, for people in the 90s, the United States, United Kingdom, Russia, and the United States signed the Budapest Memorandum, in which Ukraine was promised its territorial integrity and sovereignty in return for giving up their nuclear weapons, and nobody defended that agreement. So he's asking them to fly to Budapest, where they last got fucked on their sovereignty, give away, 20% of their country, leave themselves entirely vulnerable to further encroachments on their sovereignty, and declare it peace.
Yeah.
And so I think it's hard to overstate just how much this whole thing swung from like
allergies.
He's pissed at Putin. He's finally had enough. They're going to get these tomahawks and all these other consequences to there are no consequences for Russia. There's no new military package for the Ukrainians. They lose everything in the deal.
Oh, yeah, that's what I want to do.
And we're going to rub it in their face by making them do it in Budapest.
Yeah.
That's what seems to have happened here.
You know what? And Trump is too dumb to understand that symbolism, but Putin isn't.
No, Putin loves that symbolism.
Yeah,
of course he does.
That's a really good point. It's interesting reading about the preparatory conversations about setting up this meeting in Budapest. The CNN reported that basically the administration believes that Sergei Lavrov is not really empowered to make decisions or move the process along. Therefore, the conversations haven't been fruitful. But if that's the case, like, schedule a phone call with that person. Like, I don't understand what the guys are doing.
Yeah, and I think that's not quite right. As someone who overlapped for 8 years with Sergei Lavrov, because he's been the Russian foreign minister for like 25 years, it's not that he doesn't know Putin. It's that his job is to go in there and obfuscate and gaslight. Yeah. So it's not like Sergei Lavrov can get Vladimir Putin on the phone.
Should I? I think I'm just going to expand the whole thing.
It's literally that's how they do diplomacy. He goes there to just kind of be a dick and to be cryptic and to give history lessons.
Wears USSR sweatshirt or whatever.
Exactly. Like this guy, And Rubio is just not in this guy's weight class at all. He's a very savvy guy. He's been around the block like 100,000 times.
But
and Marco Rubio is just kind of not up for this. None of them are though, because what is National Archivist Marco Rubio bringing into those meetings? Lavrov knows that Lavrov read the same reports that we did in the FT and probably got them in intelligence from Europeans that they're listening in on. And Lavrov knows that, well, Trump just told Zelensky to give away the store. So why would Lavrov negotiate anything in that context?
Exactly. And also, Christopher Miller at the FT also, he tweeted that Zelensky has clearly gotten annoyed with Steve Witkoff, Trump's golf buddy turned diplomatic Swiss Army knife guy, because Witkoff continues to view the war as a real estate transaction and keeps repeating these Putin lines, much like Trump is, that the Donbass has Russian speakers, therefore it should belong to Russia, that there are these referendum, and that suggests that the people there want to live under Russian rule. No discussion of how free and fair a vote is when you're under occupation. Witkoff also apparently said that Ukraine needs to hand over the Donbass because it was incorporated into Russia's constitution, to which Zelensky said, look, if Putin amends the constitution tomorrow to add Kyiv, do we have to hand that over too? Like, what are you talking about? And then the broader context, once again, Ben, is we're about to go into winter, and Russia is just decimating Ukraine's energy infrastructure, civilian energy infrastructure, specifically like transmission lines, heating stations, natural gas pipelines. And the goal, obviously, is to leave people without heat or power in the winter. And apparently, Russia has managed to like kind of modify its missiles and drones and to better evade air defenses. And the interception rate in August was 37%, and it's down to 6% in September. This is from the Center for Information Resilience in London, a think tank that kind of monitors this stuff. So I feel like there was a narrative for a few months, and maybe it was confined to the pages of The Atlantic that, you know, Ukraine was kind of ascendant and the Russian economy was broken.
Quite literally, the Atlantic is trying to convince themselves of this for 2.5 years.
Yeah, but I mean, I think just like structurally, there's still some huge challenges for Ukraine that are before we even get to Trump.
Yeah, and we should say, though, part of that is because they're not getting anything from the United States, nor have they for a while now. And I guess the one thing I'd just say is, how is it a real estate? If it's a real estate transaction, Ukraine would be getting something in exchange for its real estate.
Good point.
They're literally getting nothing, right? They're not really getting a credible security guarantee from the United States. It's again this form of peace. Like Steve Witkoff is there to show up and say, "You lose, you give up everything," and this is also why the adulation and constant like foot rubs and celebration of the genius of Steve Witkoff around the Gaza ceasefire is so ridiculous, because this guy is out of his depth. And even there, like, he basically, I mean, we'll get to the Gaza ceasefire, but increasingly it's pretty evident what that was, which is like Israel got their hostages back and they'll just keep doing whatever they want to do. Like, these are not peace deals. These are literally like taking the side of the stronger party and wanting to declare yourself a genius for essentially saying they win.
Yeah, as someone who endured the full 42-minute extended cut of the 60 Minutes interview with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, I feel your pain there, but we'll get to that in a second. So also, there have been a lot of developments on the Venezuela front that we should talk through. So just to set the stage, again, I read this report by CSIS that says more than 10% of all deployed U.S. naval assets are currently located in the Southern Command, or SOUTHCOM, area of responsibility. That is the Caribbean, Central and South America. Again, I was told that China was the big threat that we had to focus on, and that just seems like a lot of naval assets. The guy in charge of SOUTHCOM, Admiral Alvin Holsey, recently resigned. There's a lot of reports and chatter that he was not on board with this policy of murdering suspected drug dealers in boats off the coast of Venezuela, and that may be why he left. Last week, the New York Times reported that Trump has secretly authorized the CIA to conduct covert action in Venezuela, which Trump later confirmed to press, as one normally does not do. We'll hear that sound in a bit. The Guardian reported that the CIA is providing the intelligence driving these airstrikes on the boats, but that the aircraft being used to fire the missiles are U.S. military, which means there should be some disclosure. But when I've talked to Pentagon reporters, they ask, hey, what's the legal authority for this war? And they just get no response. So that's wonderful. The U.S. military helicopters have been spotted training like 90 miles off the coast of Venezuela. These are helicopters that are usually used by the special forces. The apparently nuclear-capable B-52 bombers are also training off the coast of Venezuela. There's a lot of shit going on. Last week, we learned that the U.S. Navy had picked up 2 survivors from a U.S. military strike on a suspected drug smuggling submarine in the Caribbean. Then over the weekend, the U.S. released those survivors back to their home countries of Ecuador and Colombia, rather than bring them to the U.S. for prosecution. So just to be clear, that does not suggest that the administration has much confidence in the legal basis for these airstrikes.
I almost had that
unfortunately,
blasted
Ben,
out.
a Senate vote that would have blocked the strikes off Venezuela failed last week. Trump was asked about Venezuela policy a couple of times by reporters recently. Here's a bit of what he said.
Maduro offered everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do in order to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States.
Does the CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given. Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer?
Let's flirt with it there. So on Tuesday, the Wall Street Journal reported that Marco Rubio is driving this regime change operation. We've been saying that for weeks.
We've been saying that for weeks.
Yeah, and it sounds like, the way they say
we should be like those people online who are like, why don't you credit Pod Save the World?
The Journal makes it sound like they're kind of framing it as a counter-narcotics thing to like fool the MAGA base into supporting regime change. I guess we'll see if that works. The Journal also
stop
says
doing
Trump's
that.
on board because he genuinely wants the oil. Again, something we've talked about and we've heard from other people who worked in the first Trump term. So Ben, like you just mentioned, we're kind of like the little annoying liberal Cassandra podcast, like commenting on this. But like every week, there's another set of blinking red lights that suggest we're about to bomb Venezuela.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Cassandra's right, and look, every piece of this is being aligned for some kind of military operation in Venezuela, either some kind of special forces bombing, kind of surgical regime change deal, all the way up to like some bigger type of invasion. I would say, like a couple other things, this report about the CIA being the basis for these boats that are being blown out of the water is troubling in a number of aspects, right? One is
Kitty,
simply that
be
it's
good.
a way to not have
I'm
to
watching you.
disclose something, right? Sometimes the U.S. government chooses to do things through the CIA because then they don't have to talk about it, right? It's a covert action. By the way, it's not. I don't know if it's covert if the president's talking about it, right?
Right.
But then other thing I wanted to say about this is, look, I know I've not been there in 8 years, but as someone who was like an intelligence consumer for 8 years, the CIA, let's just say for the last 30 years or so, has been focused principally on the Middle East, on Afghanistan, on China, on Russia. I'm not trying to like run down like the Latin America branch, but this is a pretty new mission,
Yeah.
to essentially be putting the CIA in charge of like being able to identify individual boats to kill people on.
Well, wouldn't you think the DEA would run something like this?
That's yes. So
specifically,
and
their
I'm
job.
sure there was like some interagency support that the CIA has provided over the years to the Drug Enforcement
There's
Agency.
been reports of drone flights over Mexico, for example, by the CIA.
I just say this because like we, if anything, Trump used to like make hay of this. Like we should not have total confidence that the CIA is so expert that they could simultaneously pick boats like needles out of a haystack to kill the people on the boats and flawlessly execute a Latin American coup, which, by the way, they have tried to do many times over many decades, and it usually ends in either a left-wing revolution, a right-wing dictator, or some protracted civil war with death squads. That's the history. That's the experience here. And so kind of red flags about they're trying to do this through this kind of weird mix of, I mean, like it literally feels like Marco Rubio's. It's like a play game he's doing. Like I got the CIA and I can blow boats out of the water and I can threaten Maduro. And then just the president of the United States, we're so inured to this. But I'm old enough to remember when, like George Bush saying "Bring it on" was like a problem for him. He had to like apologize. It was like years he didn't live it down. You remember that?
Yeah.
And we literally got the president of the United States talking about regime change and be like, he shouldn't fuck around with the United States. And it's like, how does that sound to everybody in Latin America? I mean, we are beyond like their right-wing autocratic buddies like Bukele and Milei. We are just got to be losing the entire continent of Latin America by playing into the worst version of ourselves here. So I just see so many warning signs about this thing. And again, like the Democrats sometimes are worried, well, what if it looks good? What if he takes Maduro out and it looks strong? Well, putting aside that you should have already learned the lesson that it always looks good the first day. Like Iraq looked pretty good when that statue fell over, and then look what happened. It's also just wrong, and it's all about making Trump more powerful in the same way that his like self-aggrandizing diplomacy is about making himself more powerful. If you don't see that this potential war in Venezuela is like inextricably linked to everything that's happening at home, you've not been paying attention.
Yeah, it is pretty concerning. I mean, most Democrats voted to block these strikes, but John Fetterman, for some reason, voted to support it. There were a couple of Republicans who voted no. It was Rand Paul and I forget, maybe Murkowski. But just to add to the list, Ben, I mean, also on Sunday, Trump kind of lost his mind on Gustavo Petro, the president of Colombia, the country, not the college. Trump accused Petro of, quote, being a, quote, illegal drug dealer. He announced that the U.S. would stop all support for Colombia and put tariffs on Colombia. Presumably that includes funding that has been critical to the counter-narcotics efforts in Colombia. Trump said Petro better, quote, close up these killing fields, which I guess means like cocaine fields or production factories or something, or else, quote, the United States will close them up for him and it won't be done nicely. This Truth Social post came after Petro correctly pointed out that the U.S. had murdered people on a boat in Colombian waters in one of these strikes. Also, Petro upset Trump when he was at the UN General Assembly for supporting Palestinian rights, basically going to a protest. So I don't know, man. Maybe we're adding Colombia to the list now. It's pretty
awesome.
Yeah,
pretty harrowing.
and I think this is a huge deal too.
Awesome.
First of all, Petro also said, and we'll see, like, if the evidence bears out, that the person killed on the boat was like a fisherman.
Yeah.
So if you're like wondering why is Petro so mad? Well, imagine if another country just came and blew up a boat with some of your citizens on it. And
Guy named Alejandro
fishermen.
Carranza, who apparently was on his boat on September 15th. He said he had no ties to the drug trade. He was out fishing, and his boat was adrift. They had a distress signal up, and then it got hit.
How would you feel if that was happening to an American? If some other country just did this? We're so callous about how we look at the relative value of lives in places like Colombia. But also underneath that, Colombia has traditionally been probably our closest partner in South America. We have a free trade agreement with them. In the Obama years, we did a peace agreement with them to end their civil war. For decades, we were a huge provider of security assistance. Some of that didn't go so well, but the point is, like, he is now threatened to invade Venezuela. He's threatened to bomb Colombia. He's threatened to take back the Panama Canal. He's threatened to bomb Mexico. Way back when, he threatened to take over Canada in some way. His view that this whole hemisphere should function kind of like the Central Asian states do when they have to go bend the knee to Putin is really consistent. And whenever Trump is consistent about something, pay attention to it, because I think he's going to do all these things. It's crazy that it wouldn't shock me if he ends up like bombing Colombia at some point.
Yeah, and I wouldn't shock me either, and I feel like it's only a matter of time until he starts hitting some targets in Venezuela. Now, we'll see if it's some sort of cartel-connected, equipment or something, or whether it's like military hardware, like surface-air missiles or something that could be a prelude to a larger invasion. Like, I guess we'll find out. Ben, it's also just worth highlighting some really great reporting in the Washington Post about the deal Trump cut with Nayib Bukele, the president of El Salvador, that allowed the U.S. to send hundreds of Venezuelan men to rot in a gulag called Sukkot down in El Salvador. So we've talked about this a bunch on the show. The Bukele is credited with drastically reducing the murder rate in El Salvador, and he does deserve some credit for that. But one of the ways he did it was cutting secret deals with these cartels in El Salvador. Basically, he was like, hide the bodies better, don't do this in public in exchange for some political support. And so Bukele, it sounds like, was worried about the cartel leaders that had been arrested by the Trump administration ratting on him. So what he did was Bukele requested that these senior gang members that had been arrested by the U.S. and brought to the U.S. for prosecution be returned to El Salvador. So we knew all of that. But according to the Post, we learned that Rubio personally cut this deal and did so knowing that some of these gang leaders were informants who had been promised protection by the United States in exchange for information. So he basically just had DOJ pull the rug out from under these guys, which is now public, which is quite the message to, I don't know, future U.S. intel sources or informants in criminal cases. And the rule of law generally.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I have the personal experience of being a part of two diplomatic agreements. One, the normalization of Cuba, the other, the Iran nuclear deal, where Trump basically made liars out of the United States, right? He just canceled the deals because he didn't like Obama. This is obviously a different level of that, but I do think it speaks to their incredible short-term transactional mindset. First of all, look, it's immoral and grotesque to basically potentially send people to their death who cooperated with you. Second of all, it does send this message to anybody, a human intelligence source, an informant, someone in a cartel who wants to help us out. Hey, if I cooperate with the Americans, I might end up getting sold out, right? That's going to have a tail to it. But then lastly, I just want to put a pin in this point, which is that Marco Rubio gets this kind of pass sometimes as like, well, he must be uncomfortable. Look at him on the couch. You know?
He's frowning.
Like, he's frowning. Like, we think he secretly agrees with us about, like, democracy or something. He doesn't. This is who he is. He basically wants to be like an autocrat who's like pushing a kind of far right wing agenda that, by the way, like, there is a piece of Miami Latin American politics that is like this, right? It's the people who did like the Bay of Pigs invasion in Cuba, and I think he's showing his true colors here. He has no problem with someone who talked about democracy for years. Has no problem with the worst kind of authoritarianism, provided it's of the right-wing flavor.
Yep.
His stuff was never about democracy. It was always about right-wing autocratic politics that he prefers to anything else, and especially leftist regimes.
Boo.
I acknowledge that, but frankly, anybody. I mean, would you trust Marco Rubio if you were Lula in Brazil?
No.
Who Marco Rubio has personally sanctioned?
Right.
People in the Brazilian
I
government.
cannot change the location of that.
This guy's
Unfortunate.
fucking just as autocratic
Okay.
as the rest of them, and he shouldn't keep getting a pass.
Yeah, and like whatever values he may have.
Well,
had,
since that's
he
not gonna
clearly
work, back to my
abandoned
homework.
And sold out in service of doing whatever Trump wants.
Yeah,
it is what it
He's
is.
the same as JD Vance.
Yep, he is terrible. Pod Save the World is brought to you by Built. Nobody wants to pay rent, but if you have to, Built makes it worth it.
No,
Built
no
is revolutionizing
commercials.
How millions think about paying the world at checkout. Okay, so there have been a lot of developments over the last week or so in Gaza, like since the ceasefire hostage release and Palestinian prisoner release deal. So we're going to kind of walk you through what we know, starting with the humanitarian situation and what's happening with Hamas, and then talk about, whether or not this really is a ceasefire anymore. So aid groups say the humanitarian situation in Gaza is still incredibly dire. The World Food Program said on Tuesday that they're currently able to get 750 tons of food into Gaza per day, but that 2,000 tons are needed. So the deal calls for 600 aid trucks per day going into Gaza. But Reuters reported that the Israeli authorities told the
5
UN
years.
they
It's like a
intended
new
to limit
record.
that number to 300 trucks for some period of time to punish Hamas for not returning
Makes sense.
the
One of
bodies
them's
the dead
me.
hostages fast enough. Now, I don't know if that actually
Guess that's kinda
happened,
cheating.
but I know it was reported, so it's just like a thing we're all watching. Regardless, access to Gaza remains a big problem.
Who is
as
in
of
here?
this recording, the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza
Apparently there's only
is
3 people
closed.
in here? That's
no
weird.
crossings in northern Gaza are open.
Yeah, it
where
says
the
5?
news
I don't
is
know.
where there's a
Whatever.
famine, and only 2 crossings
Anyway,
are open in the south.
back
which
to
is
social
insufficient.
capital.
And meanwhile, aid organizations are working to ramp up the number of distribution points within Gaza as quickly as possible, but that is going to take some time. Now, one silver lining here on the humanitarian front is that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, or GHF, seems to have collapsed or be collapsing. That was that shady U.S.-Israeli-backed aid group run by U.S. security contractors.
Yeah, I think of it more as like a Blackwater type organization than an aid group.
Funded by the U.S. and some other country we don't know about.
Can I put
Probably
this
a
in
lot
the
of
bottom?
corruption there, probably a lot of people
It doesn't
making money
stick.
Yeah, and they were repeatedly accused of indiscriminately
Lame.
killing civilians who were literally just trying to
I
get
hate the
food.
size of this.
So hopefully someday, hopefully that organization goes away, and someday the people involved are
Hate the
prosecuted. for
size
that
and
disaster.
Well,
location
just
of
one
that.
quick
Oh,
thing
well.
on this. I noticed right before we came in.
No
here.
distractions.
One of
Gotta
the
stop.
leaders of that organization is reportedly going to be on the U.S. whatever committee monitoring the ceasefire.
Oh, the Board of Peace?
Yeah. Maybe not the Board of Peace, some other mechanism. So these guys will land just fine.
That's perfect. On the security front, Hamas has begun to reassert control in Gaza. That includes executing people they accuse of being collaborators with Israel. It means attacking rival clans and militias, some of which have been armed by the Israeli government. Last week, we played a clip where Trump he did suggest that he was cool with Hamas killing its rivals and providing security for a bit. But then Monday, he struck like a totally different tone after 2 Israeli soldiers were killed in Rafah. Here's that clip.
We made a deal with
Yeah,
Hamas
because
that
Palestinian lives
they're
don't
gonna
matter
be
as
very
much.
good,
That's
they're
why.
gonna behave, they're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them if we have to. They'll be eradicated.
See, what's
and
weird
they
is
know that.
if
So they went in.
it's like
And,
completely
I don't believe it
invalidates
was the
all their
leadership,
previous
and they had
messaging.
some,
Hamas is in charge and is
rebellion
taking all the
among
food,
themselves, and they killed
but
some
they're
people,
fighting and
you know,
executing
pretty a lot of people.
other groups
But this is a
that
violent
were
group.
backed
You know,
by
you probably
the
noticed
IDF.
over the last 100 years. This is a very violent group of people, and
So weird.
they got very rambunctious, and they did things that they shouldn't be doing. And if they keep doing it, then we're going to go in and straighten it out, and it'll happen very quickly and pretty violently, unfortunately.
Oh man.
So, who is we? I mean, they keep saying no U.S. boots on the ground in Gaza. But who is we? that's
Welcome,
gonna
whoever's
eradicate
watching.
Hamas. Also, Hamas was not
It's gonna be
eradicated
a
after 2 years of the most brutal
boring
fighting anyone could imagine.
first couple
So
of
what is
hours
gonna
because I got
change?
reading homework to do
realize
for school.
he's
So,
full of shit. He talks tough. He's incoherent about a
if you
lot
want
of
to find
things,
out
but I don't
about
know, what do you
social
make of that-
capital and natural
that commentary on
disasters,
Hamas's role?
this is right up your alley.
First of all,
For now.
I know this is not the most important thing, but it is kind
But-
of interesting that he says you haven't been paying.
If you like
attention
Elite
for 100
Dangerous and you
years,
want to
like,
get some free
Hamas is
rewards for viewing,
not 100 years old.
not even
It's
close.
Like
then
maybe, 25.
Stick
30 years
around or
old.
come back later.
So that's either like he doesn't know what he's talking about, or he's kind of conflating Hamas with kind of Palestinian in general. You know, like not that Palestinians are only 100 years old, but like that's kind of like almost back to the beginning of the, Balfour Declaration.
Hamas was founded in 1987.
Yeah, so I'm not, whatever. It's just weird because there's also like, look, Hamas, obviously, we don't want to see them in charge. Bad guys. The way he talks about like eradicating, there's a dehumanization that seems like it's not just about Hamas. It feels like it's about like people in Gaza generally. Like
Wow.
we don't talk about people
Wow,
like that,
what a
like
surprise.
It's some disease, we shouldn't. I mean, actually, maybe we do too often in this country. That said, look, I think
60
what
years
is
of propaganda, and he's just now
is,
figuring that out.
Hamas is
Fucking genius.
prioritizing the reestablishment of their control over Gaza. That is
What a genius.
involving like retribution against their own. They need to flex, right? And I think this is the problem, and that's bad. I think that's a bad thing. This is the problem with not having phase 2 agreed to, though. Like we're seeing the vacuum between phase 1 and phase 2 of this peace plan, because what you would normally want is if you're going to have some Arab force go in under the actual peace plan, you would want that to happen quicker so that this doesn't happen. If you just let a place that's been utterly destroyed,
Damn, it's been 40 minutes
that
already?
like has
Shit.
absolutely desperate
Only made it like 2 pages.
and a group like
God,
Hamas
I'm slow.
trying to
Keep
reestablish
getting
its
distracted.
authority, and by the way, a bunch of Israeli-backed, thugs who are like fighting with Hamas. Well, this is what's going to happen, and this is why putting the cart before the horse and declaring peace when you didn't have a plan to secure Gaza, absent the IDF version of security, which is just killing everybody there, and demilitarizing Hamas, like you get this. And you also get, by the way, and I know we're going to talk about it now, but just to kind of segue into it, the number of Palestinians killed by Israeli strikes in Gaza far exceeds anything Hamas has done. But he doesn't seem that angry about that,
no.
which
No, of course not.
suggests to you what really happened here,
Yeah.
which is the Israelis got the hostages back, Trump got to have a win, and he doesn't really give a shit, other than the fact that it makes him look bad, I guess, that Gaza is far from peace.
Yeah. Let's talk about how far off we are on that phase 2. But before that, I mean, regardless of what you think about the Trump deal, it is indisputable that Gaza has been very, very, very violent since this quote-unquote peace deal was cut. Israel is furious at Hamas for not returning the bodies of the dead hostages fast enough. I think there's some reasons for that. And Hamas has accused Israel of violating the ceasefire 80 times. On Friday, the IDF fired on what they described as a suspicious vehicle in northern Gaza, and that killed 11 members of the same family, including kids.
Why was it
That car
suspicious? Because it had
crossed
Palestinians
an
in it?
unmarked yellow line into an area Israel now controls that had not been marked, right? So, again, just like the details, right? You probably should mark where people are not allowed to go before you kill them. And then on
That's the
Sunday,
point.
2
They don't wanna
Israeli
mark it.
soldiers were killed in Rafah.
That's the freaking
Israel blamed
point.
Hamas, but Hamas said, look, we haven't had contact with those fighters since March. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems credible given how challenging communication has been in the Gaza Strip and how kind of balkanized and leadership-less Hamas is after the senior leadership has been killed off.
There's no
But
way
then
there's
in
still 5
response,
people
the IDF
watching.
hit
I don't believe that
dozens
for a
of targets
second.
across the Gaza Strip, and they announced they would cut off aid until further notice.
Yeah.
Now,
Not for a second.
so we've seen this before, and not surprisingly, the far-right lawmakers immediately called for resuming the war.
Yeah, here's so
You
three.
had Itamar
That
Ben-Gvir, the
sounds
National
about
Security
right.
Minister, calling for the renewal of full-scale fighting in the Strip at full strength. Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, just tweeted war. Now, the IDF luckily has said they would continue enforcing the ceasefire and allow aid into Gaza, but it's tenuous. So Vice President J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, they're all in Israel this week to work on these phase 2 issues that you just highlighted. In other words, the hard stuff. Let's listen to a quick clip from J.D. Vance today, and then I want to trigger you with some Kushner in a bit.
It is a focus of everybody here to get those bodies back home to their families so that they can have a proper burial. Now, that said, this is difficult. This is not going to happen overnight. Some of these hostages are buried under thousands of pounds of rubble. Some of the hostages, nobody even knows where they are. That doesn't
created
mean
that
we shouldn't
rubble?
work to get them, and that doesn't mean we don't have confidence that we will. It's just a reason to counsel in favor of a little bit of patience. This is going to take a little bit of time. there are not going to be American boots on the ground in Gaza. What we can do is provide some useful coordination. How do you take, the Gulf Arab states, plus Israel, plus plus the Turks, plus the Indonesians? How do you actually get those folks to work together in a way that actually produces long-term peace? The only real mediators are the United States of America, and so that's the role that we're going to play.
Interesting that he's actually far more reasonable about the timeline
Yes.
for the hostage release than the Israeli government, which is we'll cut off aid.
Well, he comes from the wing of the Republican Party that is actually America first and is probably a little skeptical of Israel. And I think he's over there as the bad cop. And look, I just want to say, the cynics, of which I probably was one, were like, well, once the hostages are out, at some point, if this Netanyahu government is still in power with this coalition, they'll find some pretext. The fact that they only waited like a few days and that the pretext, I would have thought like maybe there's a terrorist attack in a month and then that's the pretext. The fact that it's only a few days and the pretext,
can't be
as
getting tired
even
yet.
J.D. Vance acknowledges, this is not about like any sympathy for Hamas. It's just about physics. Like you have the entire place destroyed. Any hostage is inevitably buried in some giant pile of rubble. Like they know it's physically impossible to be able to return those remains. Even J.D. Vance is acknowledging that, right?
Yep.
And so what that tells me is that, I know that the families of the hostages have a tremendously sincere desire to have their loved ones returned to them. I feel like the politicians here seem like they're grabbing a pretext. And look, I'd love to be proven wrong on that. But
viewers.
it's hard to know
I'll
how
leave that
else
for a
to
second.
read all these airstrikes and aid cuts and crossings closed in response to a pretty physically impossible demand.
Right, which everyone acknowledged would be difficult, including J.D. Vance.
And by the way, we should acknowledge too, I'm sorry, but like, where's the concern about the Palestinian children who are buried under the rubble? Like, I'm getting, like, it's just not...
Even worse than that. Like,
It hasn't
the
been there
idea
for
that,
60
look, I
years,
want
buddy.
all those bodies back. They should all be returned. But the idea that not getting them back fast enough justifies starving
more kids.
is just, like, no one should defend
It's
that.
just wrong.
And also, as you've heard there, like, as you mentioned before, Ben, like, a critical, like, essential issue is creating this international stabilization force to go into Gaza to provide security. And there have been a bunch of reports about, like, countries that might allow their troops to be part of this force. The Guardian said Egypt will lead it along with troops from Turkey, Indonesia, and Azerbaijan. I've also seen Pakistan kind of thrown into the mix of maybe participating. It's the real like who's who of human rights violating militaries.
Yeah.
But none of these countries are going to send troops until Hamas gives up its weapons. In other words, like they're not signing up to fight Hamas on Israel's behalf. It's just to be there to provide security. Now, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff were treated to a puff piece from 60 Minutes about the deal. Shout out
Barry
Barry
Weiss, editor-in-chief Barry Weiss,
exactly. Look, they deserve some credit as
That
we
interview was so absurd.
But they
I'm
also,
getting tired of saying that.
look, they also talked about some of the challenges ahead, and I think it's instructive to kind of hear how far away we are on some of these big issues. Let's listen.
What people call conflicts of interest, Steve and I call experience and trusted relationships that we have throughout the world.
Our relationships were direct with the leaders of these three countries.
And the money they
And
have.
we were hearing that Hamas was positive on the deal. And yet I was reading intelligence reports every day
And the ability
getting
to
briefings from the CIA
build on their
3
land.
times a day. And those intelligence briefings were suggesting that Hamas was going to say no.
None of these things have started. The stabilization peacekeepers who were supposed to be from the Arab countries, right, in the region?
No, we've started putting out feelers, trying to figure out how to organize it, figuring out what are the tasks, who's in charge of the tasks, and creating a mechanism to start approving it. Ultimately, this will report to the Board of Peace, but there's a lot of work that's
But there
been
is no Board of
By the way,
Peace. What about a Palestinian state? That's in the 20-point plan.
Well, what the plan says is that there could create a pathway to it. But, you know, what I learned when I got involved is that the word state means different things to different people.
Israel has become increasingly isolated because of this war, because of the pounding in Gaza. What do they need to do? What should they do to reestablish the good reputation they had?
Just be exceptional.
So it's like corruption. Those are connections.
You watched all that?
Yeah. CIA sucks. We're putting out feelers about the security force. Doesn't seem like we're quite there yet. what state for the Palestinians? Be best Israel is the path going forward to stop being a pariah. So, look, you and I have talked on the show about how we're a long way off from a two-state solution, but I do think it's notable that Kushner, like yada yada yadas, whether the
couldn't even
Palestinians
say that's an aspiration.
will have a democracy or a dictatorship. And like, look, this is a hard problem, but the lack of progress here really worries me. Question: how triggered were you by that 60 Minutes clip? At what point do you think it's fair to say, okay, the peace deal has fallen apart, we are back at war? And like, how much leash do you think we need to give anyone in this situation where, like, look, after a peace deal, there's going to be skirmishes, there's going to be like embers you have to put out, and that's just sort of how it is, but you have to power through it?
I mean, first I want to say I don't watch Jared Kushner with audio that much. I feel like if they made a remake of American Psycho as more like a rom-com, that Jared Kushner would be like the buddy of Christian Bale.
Who gets in the face of an axe.
Yeah, he looks like the guy that he talks to after he, like, does. Anyway, put that aside. I mean, the honest question, and this is part of why I think, we were, while happy about the ceasefire, skeptical of the word peace, is it what is actually different thus far from the previous two ceasefires? I mean, we had previous ceasefires where, similar numbers, if not more, hostages from Israel were returned and Palestinians were returned, and the fighting stopped and some aid got in. This one was treated differently, I think, in part because the last of the Israeli hostages.
I think it was
out,
entirely
right?
because the hostages all came home. Yeah.
But the 20 is not as many as were in the other tranches, but like, what is materially different in Gaza today than was in the case between like December and March of the last ceasefire? And so that's and look, there's more talk about an Arab stabilization force or a multinational stabilization force, but that's the first point here. Is it just conceptually this thing was presented as a peace deal when it's basically just a ceasefire like the other two? It just so happens that it's the last tranche of Israeli hostages, and if that's the only thing you care about, then you're fine.
Yeah.
But if you actually give a shit about what's happening in Gaza and the people in Gaza, then it's not fine because they're still being killed. I mean, shit, that car that got blown up, 11 people killed. Nobody in the IDF is even suggesting that those people were Hamas. Imagine if 11 Israelis just got blown up, an entire family. We'd stop American society over it.
Nuke the place.
And so I think that there's just like this normalization that, this trickle of aid getting in, we're killing less people in Gaza, and we're having these other conversations. We're still in a limbo. I hope they get to a stabilization force. That would make me very happy because I do care about what happens there. And to your question, I just think we'll know it when we see it, in terms of when is this kind of back into conflict. And I think that the Israeli government, if they are smart, what they will do is they will try to bleed this thing out like they're doing now. Like, they won't resume full bombardment, 2,000-pound bombs,
right?
But they'll just keep pushing the envelope, right? They'll take a few more shots, and then they'll have another pretext, and then they'll take back some land, and they'll slow down the aid getting in. I have one question. Where are the international journalists? If this is over, if this is peace, how come international journalists can't go into Gaza? What are they hiding? Or when is that going to be normalized, right? So I think we've both not seen any normalization of life in Gaza. It's still fully controlled by essentially Israel, and then Hamas fighting it out in the streets. And we're seeing these kind of warning signs, not maybe of the full resumption of a bombardment, but of this kind of policy of squeezing and taking shots, and ultimately de facto Israeli control over Gaza and more suffering for the Palestinian people.
Yeah, there's a phenomenal piece in the New Yorker this week. The headline is "Gaza's Broken Politics." It's by a Palestinian journalist and writer named Mohammed Mahawish that is really worth reading. That just lays out in stark terms the challenge, the lack of leadership within Gaza, with Hamas decimated, with Palestinian Authority useless, with a generation killed off, and also just the reality that this is just a plan for occupation of Gaza. There's no Palestinian self-determination in this plan.
And just very quickly, you made this point around the peace deal. Look, one of the things, if you're serious about having a Palestinian leadership with credibility, well, then maybe you would push to actually get Marwan Barghouti out of prison and try to have the Gulf Arabs build something around him with a bunch of civil society and technocratic type people. As just one example. I know that's like hard step. But if there's one figure who's not Hamas,
Head the game.
who would have the credibility with the Palestinian people to be a part of that effort, that's available. And it doesn't feel like there's like a credible plan yet to develop an alternative Palestinian leadership.
No, and by design.
Yeah, exactly, by design, exactly.
Two other things in sort of the Israel bucket before we move on. So a couple weeks ago, we spoke with Noah Schnall, who was sailing with the Freedom Flotilla Coalition on her way to Gaza. Like the Global Samud Flotilla head over there, she was expected to be intercepted when we talked to her, and then was on October 8th. So Ben hopped on a Zoom with her to talk about her experience in Israeli custody, and here's an excerpt from that conversation.
Obviously, the last time we saw you, you were on the high seas in international waters. People who aren't watching this on YouTube can't see you. Still have the residue of a black eye and some other bruises. How did your ship get boarded? How were you taken?
Yeah, I definitely want to go through that, but I also really want to stress the fact that we were attacked in international waters, right? So some people think, oh, maybe you approached Israel or you approached an area that was, dangerous for you or whatever. This was international waters. Every part of this was illegal. It was like out of a movie. 2 helicopters came above us, and then several, maybe 4 or 5 Zodiacs, which are these like rubber boats that, like maybe the SEALs will use.
And is it daytime or nighttime?
Nighttime, like 5 in the morning. And people are, this elite naval group called Shetet 13, literally just means like group 13, starts rappelling down onto the ship. And then they started, because we had Starlink, like physically cutting all the surveillance cameras, smashing them and turning them up, like 3 ways of just making sure nothing would be seen from our side. And then they commandeered the ship, and we rode with it all day until
more homework.
Command, until it reached Ashdod port, just north of Gaza. I mean, from the beginning, certain people, myself included, were selected for worse treatment, and it was very obviously people of color. Arab people that they assumed were Arab and weren't, like Turkish people. I got zip tied, so and not everybody else did, and separated.
So what happened to you when you got to Israel proper?
So we were taken to Ashdod port and processed through this port, and it was like humiliation from the beginning. They would shove your head down, so you would like facing the floor, and then your arms up, right? So it was like stress positions. And if you said anything, they would slam you against a wall, which of course happened to me, and others as well. Strip searches began immediately. One woman confided in me and agreed that I just anonymize her name, that she was penetrated during her strip search. I mean, just absolutely horrific things.
And then what kind of mistreatment? Did you get any more physical mistreatment while you were in prison?
Anything that you would do to anger them, and a word could anger them. You would get threatened in the mornings. The women at least, I can't speak for the men, would be like threatened with rape, which I don't have words for that. The men told us that the prison dogs, they would get woken up with prison dogs and men with guns, just to terrorize them.
And if you don't mind me asking, I mean, you have a few bruises on like your ankles and arms. How did you get those?
3 or 4, potentially 5, I'm not sure. Guards, men and women, took me into this little side room. And to get there, they actually lifted me off the ground because I had shackles on my ankles and wrists, lifted me off the ground. So I was like hanging, basically like a stuck pig, and took me into the room and just started wailing on me. I don't actually know why they stopped. But yeah, one larger woman like sat on my neck and face, and I couldn't breathe, and I started like kicking, and definitely connected with somebody, I don't know who.
All right, well look, thanks so much, Noah. I'm glad you're safe now. I'm sorry for what you've been through, but like you said, I mean, it's part of a much bigger picture of what's happening. So thanks for helping bring a small part of that picture to us.
Thank you for listening.
Ben, so it just incredibly harrowing to hear that. Also, it's hard not to believe that that treatment was intentional because Greta Thunberg did an interview with a Swedish publication where she detailed like verbal and physical abuse that she had suffered, that people around her had suffered. There's reports of people getting their medicine stripped away. I mean, it just seems like, it's by design, and also it makes you assume that the treatment of Palestinian prisoners is exponentially worse.
Yes, and that Noah kept emphasizing that in our longer conversation too. But I would just say this is a Jewish American citizen from Los Angeles, and this is how she's treated. And yet it's not surprising, and I don't think it would be surprising to most people. Just think about how weird that is. Like, well, why is that okay? Why is that normal? This is not, and then this will set up the next clip. Like, this is not fucking normal, and it's not happening just in Gaza. This is happening in Israeli prisons. It's happening in the West Bank. It's so.
And the Trump administration is doing nothing to help these.
These are Americans. Like,
These are Americans.
I mean, these people like celebrate their
Yeah,
ability to
but
get hostages out of prison.
really-
Some of whom have done weirder and sketchier things in trying to deliver medicine on a flotilla in international waters. They
Lame.
don't seem to care here, and that includes Democratic representatives, right? Who are not coming to the aid of their constituents in too many cases.
Yeah, so similar example. So we mentioned a recent Pod Save the World guest named Jasper Nathaniel has been in the West Bank for the last few weeks. He's covering life there during the olive harvest. And everyone should check out his great Substack on the West Bank. It's called Infinite Jazz, J-A-Z. So if you subscribe and you become a paid subscriber, you can actually fund the work that he's doing because he funds it all on his own. But so over the weekend, Jasper and a bunch of Palestinian farmers were out in the fields when they saw this sort of mob of violent Israeli settlers. They went up to the IDF to try to get some help so they could just go home. But the IDF, in Jasper's view, basically set them up and drew them into an ambush. And they were chased by this violent mob of settlers who were literally wielding clubs and beating the shit out of people. I mean, there's a video that Jasper took of this one settler clubbing an elderly woman in the head and nearly killing her. So we reached out to Jasper. I saw him tweeting
I'm
about
sure
this
you're happy it's
videos
gone.
over the weekend. Reached out to him just to like check in and see if he was okay.
I
And
didn't
then
think it was
sent
that
us this
big.
video.
Looks like a
to sort
golf
of
ball.
explain, his experience and what it was like, including just the U.S. government's shocking lack of response to what he had gone through. Here's a clip.
I had to run for my life. I was thinking about the fact that 2 weeks ago, or maybe 3 weeks ago, I wrote a story in the Paris Review about the families of Americans who have been killed in the West Bank when I traveled with them to Washington, D.C. as they tried to get justice. And honestly, I was just thinking of my own parents joining that group. And part of the reason I was thinking that is because we were just a few kilometers away from where the 20-year-old Palestinian American Saifullah Musalat was beaten to death by settlers, by a huge pack of settlers exactly like the one that was chasing me. The IDF never showed up. The Israeli police never showed up. They have since lied and told media that they came and dispersed it. A categorical fabrication. I just feel incredibly angry that the IDF led me into that, led us into that. And knowing that in all likelihood, nobody will ever be held accountable for it. Somebody in the town contacted the U.S. Embassy, I think, and they asked to speak to me. So I got on the phone. I'll just say that they both really put on a good show of expressing sympathy and outrage and saying that, like, yes, like we need this, this is it. Enough is enough. This needs to stop. And they said, you're right. We need this place needs to be protected. Something needs to change. They said they would get back to me later, and I have not heard from them since. I have not heard from anybody in the U.S. government, even though I've made it very clear to my representatives, which include Chuck Schumer, Kristen Gillibrand, Dan Goldman. I've let them know that I'm in danger. An ally that all three of them support very closely is threatening my life, and I've asked for some sort of protection, and I've not heard back from any of them.
So again, that's like a truly horrifying experience for Jasper. And also, I'm glad he was not hurt, but it was also it's a reminder that West Bank settlement construction and settler violence, they are not even mentioned in the deal to bring, peace to the Middle East.
Yeah, and we know about this because Jasper happened to be there. How many times has this happened across the West Bank? We don't have cameras there. We don't have an American there. We don't have a journalist there.
And Israel is deporting international activists who go to the West Bank to observe these harvests to protect.
It's the same thing
Yeah.
as in Gaza. No international journalists in Gaza. They want no international journalists in the West Bank. Ultimately, that's why they make life pretty miserable for people who are covering this. And it just tells you that there's something broken in the society.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, like that's just normal. It's just it's something. Even if you don't like it, you're probably just like, well, it's just the settlers being the settlers. Like, man, that's fucked up.
And that the Trump administration and Mike Huckabee, the ambassador, look, he sides with the people wielding the clubs and beating the shit out of the Palestinians, not the American citizens getting chased by this mob. Again,
America first.
Yeah, America first. Check out Jasper's Substack. It's Infinite Jazz, Jaz, and also you can find him on Instagram at @infinite_Jaz. He's doing great work. All right, Ben, so we got some historic news out of Japan where Sanae Takaichi has become the first female prime minister in Japan's history, replacing Shigeru Ishiba, who served for about a year, I think. A few weeks ago, Takaichi was elected to be the head of the Liberal Democratic Party. That's the long dominant political party in Japan. But her ascension to being prime minister was not sure. It was not a sure thing. In fact, like one of the LDP's coalition members dropped out of their alliance and led her to scramble to find another partner to shore up support, but she pulled it off. So politically, she skews quite conservative. She's invoked Margaret Thatcher as a role model. She's a protege of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Listeners probably remember Trump was boys with Shinzo Abe. There was sort of early on, like they were golfing.
Yeah.
And like they ate a beautiful cake during some international crisis. Maybe I think
I had a back scratcher
or something. Anyway.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right?
I forgot what
Beautiful
deep
chocolate
cut,
cake.
Deep
Yeah.
cut there.
Abe was assassinated in 2022 after he left office. It's a horrible incident of very rare gun violence in Japan. But he was a nationalist. He advocated for a stronger military. He's a pretty right-wing guy. So unlike Abe, Takaichi is not from a political dynasty. She's not like a blue blooder. She was a former news anchor who was elected to parliament in 1993. She served in a number of important positions. She's always described as a hardliner and a sort of security hawk. She has raised eyebrows for regularly visiting shrines that honor convicted war criminals. Like she's not going to be the one to kind of patch things up with South Korea, for example, given Japan's treatment of them during the war. She said she wants to get tougher on immigrants and on tourism. She wants to boost military spending. She wants to let the government borrow more money to grow the economy. And she's very socially conservative. She opposes gay marriage and allowing women to keep their maiden names after marriage. To get a little more...
No, I think compelling it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Like
you are not allowed to keep the same name, right?
Why
that
people
kind of
so insistent on
it's shocking.
sticking their
Obviously,
nose
it
in
cuts both
other
ways, but
people's
like
business?
99% of the cases are women being forced to take their husband's name. So to get a little more context about what to expect from her and the challenges she faced, we caught up with an expert, Yuki Tatsumi. She is the senior director of the Institute for Indo-Pacific Security. Here's a clip of that.
Even though she won the prime ministership, the voting margin is very, very slim. So it's kind of like a U.S. current situation at the House. So she could lose that majority vote, majority support, it with like a single misstep, for example. She made a very smart choice of retaining and actually appointing Akazawa, who was at the forefront of negotiating the tariff deal with the Trump administration. But now she formally appoints him as a minister of Economy, Trade, and Industry, which was a very, very smart move because he was really the only person in Japanese political circle at this point, including Takaichi herself, who has met Trump. I think she has a better chance of building that positive relationship with Trump, not only because of her own image, but she also brings incredible asset that Ishiba didn't, her predecessor Ishiba didn't have, which is she can claim herself to be Mr. Abe's protege. And still to this day, I think Mr. Abe is one of the few leaders that, President Trump keeps talking about, in a very fondly way.
So Trump is heading to Asia later this week for APEC meetings. I think he goes to Japan as well. It's going to be interesting to see how she balances the need to get along with him and the pressure from tariffs with his demand that Japan cut, I think, a $550 billion check to the United States in return for tariff reduction. So I guess we'll find out. Any predictions for how this goes?
First of all, you left out my favorite detail of Takaichi, which is that she was like a heavy metal drummer
Yes,
back in the
she
day.
was.
She's been on quite the journey. And I will say, like, it is cool that there's a woman prime minister of Japan. I'd note even the United States is not we're increasingly isolated company in that regard.
Bummer that she's a right winger.
Well, that's what I was going to get to. And she's clearly also like a pretty savvy political operator, right? Now, in terms of how this is going to go, like there are a few things that worry me. Inside of Japan, there's actually like an even further to the right party, like a straight up like new right, alt-right, populist, Japan first kind of party.
Right. She's not anti-establishment. She's been around forever.
Exactly. And so part of what concerns me about her is that she may need to tack right to keep the kind of far right on side. We've seen that playbook before. And look, I mean, we say this about Germany. We should also say about Japan. Never good.
Not good.
When the far right starts to like pop up in Japan, right?
Far right nationalists.
So that's concerning. Is just like internally what's happening? Where's it going? And concerning that, man, this wave globally is now it's literally everywhere. There's no place that we don't have this kind of far right nationalism as the historical memory of like I don't know World War II seems to fade. I do think in terms of the U.S. I don't know. Trump probably will like her because she's going to join the club of like the kind of CPAC goons. And, you know, I assume so, even though he's always had this kind of chip on the shoulder about Japan. I think that the trade deal is already hard for her to swallow. Like those are tough terms for the Japanese and it's going to hurt their economy. You know, part of what they might do is I imagine one of these fake investment numbers, if I'm going to be predictive, like get SoftBank back out there. Remember, you know, and Japan says that they'll invest $1 trillion in the U.S. economy in the next 10 years, and Trump says it's a big win, and like the aid never comes. But then the other thing you mentioned, but I would watch this, like she seems like the kind of person who's designed in a lab to have tensions with the South Koreans over like historical issues. So you could also just see this kind of fracturing, which is kind of already happening with Trump back in Asia.
Yeah, and especially with South Korea just having elected a lefty.
Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah. One to watch. Two more quick things before we get to the interview. So in the past several months, Ben, we've talked a lot about Trump's cover-up of the Epstein files. That's information about his buddy and now deceased pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, the financier. So one of Epstein's victims, a woman named Virginia Giuffre, published a memoir this month about her treatment by Jeffrey Epstein and his enabler Ghislaine Maxwell, in Epstein's like coterie of friends. And so tragically, you know, it's a posthumous memoir. Giuffre died by suicide earlier this year. But the details in the book that have leaked out already are truly horrifying and like have created scandals across borders. The book includes stories about the British royal family's Prince Andrew, who Giuffre says raped her. It also has gruesome details about encounters with a, quote, prime minister who is widely believed to be former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Those allegations also detail violent beatings and rape, which Barak denies, but they're a really tough read. Epstein had financed a security company for Barak. They were known to be friends. There's a photo of him like going into Epstein's house in New York.
And they're weird emails too.
Yeah, really weird emails. Now, in the wake of those reports, Prince Andrew has now officially agreed to give up his title as Duke of York. That comes after he's been stripped of other various duties like public or charitable positions and military titles over the course of the last few years because he's a scumbag. There's also recently publicized emails that show Andrew's claims that he cut off contact with Epstein in 2010 were a total lie. Police in London are investigating whether it's true that Prince Andrew asked a police officer who was assigned as his bodyguard to look into Virginia Giuffre and probe whether she had a criminal record. More on that one. Understandably, I think a lot of people think that, you know, Andrew relinquishing his title is not enough and they want the British Parliament to officially strip him of it. Only they have that power. It seems like not only the right thing to do, but potentially a popular thing for Keir Starmer to do. But I don't know, man. It's truly vile stuff here.
Yeah, I think Andrew, you know, he denies it, but the fact that he's kind of not pushing back.
And the photo of him and Virginia Giuffre is the one that everyone's seen.
It's so obvious, disgusting. Right? So that guy should lose all his fucking titles. If I was Keir Starmer, I'd make that a thing. I'd investigate whether he was trying to use resources to go after her. if I'm King Charles, not that he's going to take my advice, same thing. Like, just take it all away, right? Because this guy's
Take the fucking
he's a
corgis.
fucking creep.
Yeah.
He should not have access to anything, including the corgis, right? The Ehud Barak thing, it's like
under discussed.
It
right?
is fucking weird to me. That's not a
Crazy.
bigger story.
Right.
Like, this guy was not just the prime minister of Israel. He was like a very prominent
Why
prime
do you
minister
think
of
it's
Israel.
not a bigger
Then he was
story?
the defense
Look
minister.
who
He was
runs
the
all the
defense minister
media
in the
now.
Obama years.
Right.
Like,
well known.
He's, you know, and we're the details are like just like sadistic, rape.
Addictive, yeah.
Like she, I mean, awful. Like, I hope people need to read it, but it's very odd to me that this is not a bigger story. But then the other thing, I like, because I want to say on these denials that these guys make, like, with everything that comes out here, there was no other reason to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein other than to do this.
Right.
Like, Ehud Barak would have us believe what he went for the fucking dinner company, and he didn't, you know, I mean, I know this has been adjudicated, but like with each detail reinforces, and this gets to the Trump of it all too, like what these guys were doing, you know, and why Donald Trump is like happy to have a government shutdown so they don't have to seat another Democrat who could vote for a discharge petition to call for the release of Epstein files. Like, this has never like been a clearer cover-up than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it is a shocking cover-up. Alex Acosta, the U.S. attorney who gave Epstein the sweetheart deal back in like 2007, 2008 in Florida, was recently asked whether he had ever said that Jeffrey Epstein had connections to U.S. or foreign intelligence. He had denied that. It might have been in a hearing. It might have been an interview with like the House Oversight Committee or something, but that's something we had covered previously. There was one news report that almost certainly was quoting Steve Bannon, by the way, that suggested Acosta had said that Epstein was like a Mossad guy or had some backing. But anyway, that's just a new data point on that.
And the only thing on that is, again, just worth pointing out, it's relevant to the intelligence question. Again, people think of Ehud Barak as, you know, prime minister around Camp David in 2000. He was the minister of defense of Israel from 2007 to 2013.
It's a long time.
The minister of defense in Israel has, let's just say, plenty of ties to Israeli intelligence. You know, they oversee a chunk of it, right? And I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't.
He seems pretty compromised.
This is why don't we
I need that back
put
scratcher.
out these files and tell us like the truth, or
Wonder
else
if this will work
these
as a back
questions are going to
scratcher.
continue to mushroom.
It is
Give it a shot.
awful. Speaking of awful, just finally, Ben, we wanted to highlight some really brutal,
That does
but
work,
incredibly,
actually.
necessary and brave reporting on the just daily suffering that has been caused by the gutting of U.S. foreign aid by getting rid of USAID. There's a reporter at the Associated Press, Kristen Gelino. She highlighted the devastating hunger crisis in Myanmar. And then a team of reporters, including Renata Brito, wrote about the crisis in Lesotho when we decimated their HIV treatment and prevention programs. These stories are incredibly tough reads. You know, as we said at the top, I mean, like in Myanmar, you have kids starving to death because there's just no food going into these camps. But I think, you know, it's important just to follow up on the impact of Elon Musk, like taking too much ketamine and deciding to take the chainsaw to USAID.
Yeah, and I guess the thing I want to add to this is that, you know, I worked a lot in Myanmar, and I went on one trip to Myanmar, I think it was in 2013. It was entirely like a USAID trip. Like, one of the follow-ups to Obama being there was that we're going to have this big USAID plan to help them, you know, have greater crop yields and develop these nutrition programs. And I bring it up because I remember I went on this trip and I met with all these USAID people from Myanmar and from within the region, and then we met with all these, you know, Burmese officials. But we can be pretty hard on American foreign policy on this podcast because we talk about a lot of stupid shit. This is what we should have felt good about. I mean, I remember meeting these people, like, they're just really smart people who could probably have been making a lot of money doing this shit in the United States, who are just out there trying to figure out how to feed as many people in Myanmar as possible and help them feed themselves. And to see that wiped out, and to see like the disregard for the fact that we're literally starving people to death because of these cuts, there's nobody else who can come in and make that whole. It's just, don't go back to thinking that Elon Musk is just like a shitposting CEO. This is a man with a ton of blood on his hands.
Yeah.
And
As is Marco Rubio, who denied that anyone would die.
And Marco Rubio, who
because of these cuts.
signed the death papers for
Liar.
USAID, lied about this. Like, kids
We
are
know.
dying, people are dying, and we cannot look away from this.
Absolutely not. Okay, we are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, you're going to hear my interview about this crazy, brazen daytime art or jewelry heist at the Louvre Museum over the weekend.
Louvre?
So stick around. for that.
Louvre?
Okay,
Louvre?
we're going to take a quick break, but before we do, we want to tell you about a new show because you see the headlines, you hear from the nation's most powerful leaders, we watch pundits analyze it all, like the jackasses you're hearing from right now. But they're very far heard about the story. We thought we got to get somebody on the phone to talk about international museum heists and like what the hell you do with all this stolen stuff now. So joining me today is Anthony Amori. He is currently the Director of Security and Chief Investigator at the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston. He's also the author of the upcoming book, The Rembrandt Heist, The Story of Criminal Genius, A Stolen Masterpiece, and an Enigmatic Friendship. Anthony, great to meet you.
Likewise, thank you for having me.
Well, we were chatting before we started. I'm from Boston. I've been to the Isabella Gardner Museum. I remember it was the biggest news story in the city, in the state, in the country for a while, but like we really haven't let it go, us massholes, right?
Well, the world hasn't. You know, you'd be surprised how famous this heist is around the world. It's the biggest property theft in the history of the world. So I guess it makes sense, but 35 years on, people are still incredibly interested in it.
Yeah, well, I want to ask you a little bit more about it in a bit. So, but before we do, so over the weekend, these guys in Paris, disguised as construction workers, they used a truck-mounted ladder to get up to the second floor of the Louvre, to the gallery floor. Then they cut through the windows with a tool called an angle grinder, which I definitely didn't have to Google. Then they smashed the glass case to get the goods out, and they were out of there in like 7 minutes. And my understanding is they made off with Empress Eugenie's tiara, made in 1882, composed of 212 pearls and nearly 2,000 diamonds, 992 rose-cut stones, really fancy diamond brooch with another couple thousand diamonds. There was a sapphire, a diamond set. There was an emerald necklace. And you get the point. They stole a lot of shit. First question, why do you think the thieves chose this set of jewels? And what do you do with them now if you're sitting on this, like, what, 10,000 diamonds and emeralds and things?
Well, anytime you see thieves have struck a museum, the goal is money. It's only money. I could count on one hand how many times museums have been robbed for something other than money, some other sort of motive. And as two Boston guys, I can tell you that it's always Massachusetts that these things come back to. But the goal is to, in this theft, it's really a nightmare scenario. So the thieves clearly cased this location, right? They planned this really well. And what the fear is that when you steal something like crown jewels, not that there's some evil collector somewhere who commissioned this heist like you see in the movies, but that the thieves might break these things up, like the piece you just mentioned, 2,000 diamonds, right? Imagine if they break it up and sell each diamond individually, and the emeralds,
that'd be the only way to get
pearls
rid of
and
it.
all the rest. I mean, so you can't steal a Van Gogh and sell it, right? Because there's no one that's going to buy it. It's too recognizable. It's too valuable. And you can't cut a Van Gogh up into 100 pieces, but you can take a tiara and you can take all these individual pieces. You can melt down the gold or precious metals. It is a scary prospect. So the pressure is really on the investigators to get these things back quickly.
Yeah, and I've read one article about the heist, so I think I'm an expert now. They suggested that older jewels like these might not have kind of microscopic watermarks or things that would make it easier to identify newer jewelry. Is that right? Are we like carving little serial numbers into jewels these days?
Sometimes, not always. I just bought a diamond for my fiance, and it's not etched in any way. Thank you.
You buried the lead here. Congratulations. You didn't know.
But it's not etched in any specific way. I would say that these older diamonds might be distinguishable because it's an older style cut, but they could be recut. And even if they were etched with a consumer's not going to be looking for this etching. They're not going to think, they buy something from a dealer that came from a tiara. They're not going to say, boy, I wonder if this came from that Napoleonic piece back in Paris. They're much, much easier to fence, and that's why it's really a scary prospect and an evil thing to do, but a clever evil thing to do.
Yeah, I've noticed that the price of gold has gone way up in the last year or so. Has that led to more theft of gold jewelry?
No, it hasn't. You haven't seen a big increase from museums, that is. There may be from retailers, but you haven't seen it from museums. These pieces are significant for their gems, though, more than they are for precious metals.
Got it. And then a lot of people are wondering why, down the hall there was a 140 carat Regent diamond that I think is worth $60 million. Is that thing just too big to, when well known, to resell? Is that why it wasn't taken, you think?
Probably, there would be speculation to say, but I think, thieves, their goal is to get in quickly, get the stuff, and get out. So these pieces were centralized in the center of the room, and they all have, as you rightly implied, these all have small pieces that could be separated and sold far more easily than a giant diamond could. So again, I hate to say it this way, they chose well in their horrible crime.
Yeah. So you wake up Sunday morning, you're getting ready for another Patriots victory that came out of nowhere. Drake May, all of a sudden, is just a stud.
Drake May.
And you pick up the paper, you read about this heist in Paris. What was your reaction to the operation? Like, did you come away thinking these guys were experts, that the Louvre security is kind of a joke, something in between? Like, what did you think?
Well, I spent 20 years in this field, and I actually have this database of all these heists, like 15 heists in it, to create these profiles. So the first thing I thought to myself was, I feel bad for the people that work at the museum. It's, they really take this personally. They care for these things throughout their career, so I can empathize with them. But the first thing I was interested in from a criminal perspective was, how long did it take? And it was 7 minutes. And I have this normal curve that shows 3 to 9 minutes is how long these heists usually take. So that's typical.
Wow.
What was really interesting to me from an investigative point of view is that they did this at 9:30 in the morning, just after the museum opened, right? Not a half hour before it opened, but after it opened. And that causes me to wonder, and this is again speculation, but did they know something about the way visitors move throughout that museum, right? So it's open, but when they go into that Apollo gallery, it's empty, right? So they knew, you or I would figure, hey, the Louvre is the most visited museum in the world.
Right.
If I break in for a window, it's going to be jam-packed, right? But this room's empty, and they knew this. I think maybe they went in after it opened because some defenses come down when you open to the public, right? So you have less technology that's working at the moment. And again, assumption, but it's so intriguing to me that they did it at the time they did. And secondly, this method of using, as you described, this they call it a freight elevator, but it's more like a hydraulic lift that brought the ladder up to the second floor on a work truck. It's so audacious, but it's really, again, clever. They had high-vis vests on, and if you or I were walking into that museum, we would think they must be facilities guys, where nobody's going to call the police. You remember, if you see something, say something. Nobody saw that and thought they were seeing something, right? And it's audacious, but it really worked. But again, you wonder, why not just walk in with visitors, then do your smash and grab? There's a particular reason they thought it necessary to go through this window. That would make it far easier for them to get into that empty gallery for some reason.
Interesting. Would that be, could that be as simple as you couldn't walk in with your face covered and there's probably facial recognition software or other cameras just kind of everywhere?
Not many museums are using facial recognition type software right now. I would say some are, but it's not politically palatable for many museums. I don't know if the Louvre is using it. You make a good point, though, because there is no question that the guys that did this have been doing crime for a long time. It's not like the movies where four college guys get together and said, "Hey, we're in trouble. We need some money. Let's do this." These are sophisticated gangs, but they probably have robbed everything but museums, because most of the time, and by most I mean almost 99% of the time, people who steal art or things like this only do it once because it's so hard to fence your stolen goods.
Right. In recent years, there have been all these stories about state-sponsored or state-backed theft, especially in the cryptocurrency world. Like, experts often point the finger at North Korea, China, Russia, Iran, for either allowing criminal groups to do this stuff from within their borders or even outright directing it. Do we see that at all in the kind of like art or high-end jewelry world?
No, the only similarity I would that comes to mind has to do with Chinese artifacts that were plundered from China. And there is a market amongst wealthy people in China to buy these back, essentially. It's sort of a status symbol. But other than that, you don't really see a lot of state-sponsored activity like this. When I say state, I think of ISIS too. ISIS was fencing artifacts that were dug up in the Levant, where archaeological digs happen, and they were monetizing some of those. But typically, these are gangs. These are career common criminals. They're not Thomas Crown. They're not Danny Ocean. They're your common guy who robs banks and breaks into homes, deals drugs, and they see this crime and they it's easier than breaking into a vault at a bank.
Right. There's some report. Again, I read one article. Some of the reports suggest they were sloppy, or like they dropped one of the crowns on their way out, which was worth like tens of millions of dollars. They left a construction vest. They left the truck. They left the ankle grinder. Did you think that was sloppy? And do you think that would be helpful in finding these dudes?
Well, it's two parts. So I don't think it's sloppy per se, because these guys, their goal is to get out of there without being caught. So it's not uncommon for thieves to drop something on their way out because they're in a mad rush against time, right? 7 minutes seems like 70 minutes. And I've spoken to a lot of thieves, and they'll tell you that's true because, even when you're doing something bad, your fight or flight syndrome is pumping, right? And they dropped that crown, but at the end of the day, they got away with this stuff. And today the estimate came out at around 90 million euros.
Ooh.
So it's hard to say they're sloppy when they got away. Now, the things they left behind could be good leads for investigators, especially this vehicle that they had hoped to burn, but were thwarted. One, can make the logical assumption that if there's something in there worth burning, then it could be a valuable piece of forensic evidence or what have you. So hopefully that holds some promise.
Yeah, some sort of DNA or something. You currently work, as we said at the top, at the Isabella Gardner Museum, which, again, as a young, once a young masshole, it is one of the most famous museum heists in U.S. history, if not the most famous. I believe the thief stole 13 pieces of art, Rembrandt, a Vermeer, a Monet, works by Degas. I've seen, as you said at the top, the value estimated at like $500 million. Can you tell us that story and why you think it remains unsolved to this day?
Well, yeah, so it was March 18, 1990, 1:24 in the morning, and it was the early morning hours after St. Patrick's Day. And at the time, we had two overnight guards. That's a crazy time, right? And there were two overnight guards, and one was working at the watch desk, and two police officers approached the side employee entrance and rang the intercom and said Boston police were responding to a disturbance. And the guard at the desk buzzed them into the building. And once he did that, that was the biggest mistake in the history of security guards. So the two guys come in, they talk to the guard, they say to him, we're here for a disturbance. Anything going on? The guard says no. The cop says, are you working alone tonight? The guard says no, there's one of the guys. He says, well, get him down here. Second guy comes downstairs, and once he does, the police officer says, you look familiar to me. Do I know you from somewhere? And the kid behind the desk says, no. Well, let me see your ID. So he hands over a driver's license and his work ID. And the cop says, yeah, I do know you. There's a warrant out for your arrest. Come out from behind that desk. And when he does, then the cop says to the two guards, you two, you're under arrest. Assume the position. So they stand up against the wall. The two cops handcuff them. They put duct tape around their face. And then they say, gentlemen, this is a robbery. We're not here to harm you. Don't put up a fight. We're here for the paintings. And the guard famously says they don't pay us enough to put up a fight, which is accurate, right? These are gallery guards. They're not Navy SEALs. They're two young guys, and they bring the guards in the basement and separate them and chain them to pipes, and then they go upstairs and they steal 13 works of art. 20 years ago, when I started looking for them, the estimate was $500 million, so you can imagine what the value is now. And none of them have been seen since. And the museum offers a $10 million reward for information that leads us to the art. So you can imagine, we've never stopped looking for these things. And again, it is the biggest property theft in the history of the world, so nothing really comes close. And if you think about the Louvre and how big a story this is, that's 90 million euro. Ours is well over $500 million. So it's a major, major crime.
Yeah, big time crime. And also a beautiful but not big museum, right? I mean, it's a small and stunning property, but losing that many works of art must have been quite a blow.
Yep. Well, we still have 7,500 pieces on the walls, but we did lose Rembrandt's only seascape. We lost one of only 36 Vermeers in the world. We lost 5 Degas. When you talk about irreplaceable, these are pretty much it. And you might remember from when you lived here, the famous thing about the museum is that Isabella Stewart Gardner's will says nothing can ever be changed or replaced. So we couldn't say take the Mona Lisa and put it in our galleries. Nothing can change. So we have these pieces of her collective work of art that are missing. So the museum itself is left less than whole. And you probably remember seeing the empty frames on the walls.
Yeah, definitely do. Speaking of priceless, is that the really famous painting of JFK behind you?
How did you notice that? That's amazing. Yes.
It's just in frame, by the way. Are you sitting in front of priceless art as we speak?
No, that's a cheap copy.
Okay, thank God.
I love the painting. My favorite presidential portrait.
All right, well, let me call off the guys I have on the way to your house.
Well, that's amazing that you did that. Maybe you should be on Antiques Roadshow or something that you noticed that.
Honestly, I don't think I have the talent to be on that show. Those guys actually know what they're talking about. I want to. So the Gardner Museum heist that happened in the 90s, right? I mean, before this weekend, I personally would have thought that surveillance technology at museums is so ubiquitous, along with DNA evidence and like all these other crime-fighting tools that I don't know about, that a heist like the one we saw at the Louvre would be all but impossible. Clearly, I am wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. But can you talk about some of those innovations and why you think they failed to at least prevent this incident? Although, obviously, the story's not over. They could recover the stuff.
Well, I'd say the second part of that I'll take first and say that there is no place that's impenetrable. None. You spent time in the White House. You can break people. People have walked into the White House. There really is no 100% security. That's first and foremost, right? In terms of technology, every couple of months, some new advance comes along. Like museums are now looking at AI cameras because everybody had analog cameras. Then we switched them all to digital, IP-based cameras. And one of the challenges about buying AI cameras is like, if I buy these today, what are we going to see a month from now? It's the advances are remarkable. Right. That being said, it surprises many people, especially in the United States, that museums are not regulated, right? So every museum does security the way they want it. They can have none if they want. The Louvre, though, is a government museum. Most European museums are. So they have their own state standards, but state budgets.
Local dad, man,
well.
welcome
So
back.
People often equate
Haven't seen you in a while,
museums
man.
with wealth because of the treasures within, but that doesn't mean they're cash rich, right? So if you look at the way this stuff was pulled off, guys with power tools
Just go full analog in the
they
basement.
got up to the window uninhibited because of their
AM radio,
ruse.
TV
and
with
they
the bunny
used
ears.
power tools to get through the window, and brute force eventually is going to work, even if it's difficult. Then they get into that room again. I have this.
You
question
might be
about
able
how
to get
they
away
made
with a
the
flip
empty,
phone. Who knows?
And then they use brute force again to get through the cases to steal the jewels. I saw today on Twitter that people are pointing out that they used to use a much more secure looking case than they do now, and instantly making these assumptions that the new cases is secure. Well, we don't know that for sure. And the Louvre hired a woman for the first time
I'll try to
as a
get this
security director.
chapter
I
knocked
believe
out and then
2024,
jump into some
so
Elite
people
Dangerous.
are pointing to that too, as if
You
your
play Elite Dangerous, right?
decide what type of security director you are. So it's unfair. I'm hesitant to point fingers at the Louvre too much because I know there's no major museum that hasn't been robbed a few times.
Well,
Awesome brute force generated
well,
infrastructure.
I can't wait to read
set up
your
a local
book,
network with
The
modern
Rembrandt
devices.
Heist,
State
the story
actors
of
are
criminal
crazy.
genius, stolen masterpiece, and enigmatic friendship. Anthony, thank you so much for doing the show. I really appreciate it.
Oh, it's a great pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks again to Anthony Amori for joining the show, and we'll talk to you next week. See you.
All right, guys, this clip, which you're about to see here, is absolutely incredible. So this is from Manhattan. This person says, truly incredible scene today as a woman.
So Yeah, more Star Citizen guy, but I like space games. All right, cool. Yeah, there's a bunch of Elite Dangerous, not a bunch. There's Elite Dangerous rewards for viewers of streamers watching Elite streamers play Elite Dangerous. I think it's like an hour, and you basically get like a free paint job for your colony and your ship or something. I don't know. But as soon as I finish this chapter, then I'm gonna switch over to that. But it means I gotta put the I have to put the politics on hold though. But I got music I can play, so it's not a big deal. Dude, if you have your own like doomsday room, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that politically speaking, you're probably more libertarian. Be my guess. I tend to see doomsday preppers as being more libertarian than anything else. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong.
Woman confronts federal agents, some masked, who just terrorized a migrant outside of the immigration courtroom at 26 Federal Plaza in
I have
New
a
York
reason
City.
for asking
So
that
yes,
questions.
They are covering their faces because they
Reformed
know they're committing
Republican,
crimes. Oftentimes you have these immigration
libertarian
judges
leaning,
who are
got
saying
it.
you're free to go to the immigrant, then they go out and get rounded up
Okay,
illegally.
so,
and
the reason I
sent
ask
wherever the fuck the ICE agents want to send them with no due.
is all these like libertarians that were coming out of the woodwork during the anti-woke movement, between 2020 2024, during the Biden administration, from basically starting with COVID and the masks up to the complaining about the Biden administration asking TikTok to take down nudes of Hunter Biden, right? Asking, by the way, not demanding. That's important. So you had like a bunch of libertarians, especially in the influencer sphere, YouTubers, TikTokers, whatever, bitching up a storm about this. Where are they right now? Like, where did they go? Like, why are they not throwing a hissy fit about all the stuff that Trump is doing? Like, just completely shattering all the walls of federalism. You know what I mean? Like, going after, having his buddies take over the media networks. Getting schools to capitulate by threatening to sue them. All the vocal libertarians are MAGA. That was my gut instinct, is that they were like too ashamed to admit that. So they pretended that they were libertarians. That was my instinct. But I didn't have really any evidence to prove that, you know what I mean? I was just kind of curious, because typically people who recognize that they have like libertarian aspects to their political leanings, they tend to follow other libertarians. You know what I mean? The chair of the party left after Trump was elected. She has a cushy press. Oh my god. So they're bootlickers, grifters. Oh, real quick, did you hear? It was really bad. Did you hear the quote from RFK in 2016 about Trump followers? I just heard it like a couple days ago, so it just popped up. I don't know if you heard it, but let me know if you did or didn't. Because I will. Oh no, RFK is a minefield of quotes. No, this one is exceptionally important. I mean, it's important for people like me to demonstrate just to have as much evidence as possible, because if somebody decides, if somebody MAGA's like, you know what, maybe something's up here, it's good to have as much evidence as possible. But if someone is firmly entrenched in that cult, there's nothing getting them. But hold on, let me find this. All right, give me a couple minutes. I'm going to play this while I'm searching
process,
for it.
No phone call, no connection with a lawyer, no nothing. So that's why they're covering
My
their
congressmen
faces.
are
They know
decrying the
this is illegal, what
deficit
they're
after
doing.
voting.
And my guess is there's a quota that's put in place for
Yeah, like,
immigration arrests.
how-
So they go and they arrest all these innocent
There's no
people.
virtue on the right.
But
How's
they fucked around and found out
Well-
with the wrong one.
to be fair, you know, I'm not. I will point out like both sides. Like I'll make the both sides argument if it's relevant. But it's important to point out the disparities between the level of the event, I guess. So what the right exhibits in blatant like bullshit, like gaslighting. They'll just lie to your face, like, I didn't say that. I don't know what you mean. Yeah. It's like MAGA will tell you a lie and then stab you in the face. Democrats will tell you a lie and then stab you in the back. You know what I mean? I think that's why a lot of the far left candidates are gaining a lot of steam. Like people on the left, like myself, we are absolutely sick of politicians being incapable of answering a yes or no question with a yes or a no. You know what I mean? And it's going to take several of these elections for the left wing to win, for them to get it through their head. Like what's her name? Kat Abou-Ghazala in Illinois, Palestinian American. AIPAC is funding her opponent. Graham Plattner, pro-Palestinian. Was it Democratic Senatorial Campaign or something, which is run by Schumer and Jeffries, big AIPAC recipients. They are endorsing Janet Mills, like a hospice resident, over Graham Plattner. You know what I mean? Like a 40-something-year-old dude, Zoran Mamdani. Like they're endorsing, well, not openly endorsing, but you know that they're trying to get Cuomo as much money as possible to win that, a freaking sex pest. Like they would rather have a corrupt sex pest that would hold Trump's hand instead of a mid-30s Muslim American. Like, how absurd is that? But it's just going to take so many of these races for the leftists to win, for the Democratic Party as an institution to finally get it through their heads. They're like, voters don't want you anymore, you know? Let's see. Ooh, is this it?
Dog, the wrong one. So they step to this black woman, and holy shit, is this glorious. Take a look.
Stupid bitch. That's why y'all are a bunch of fucking criminals. I wish you would. I wish the fuck you would. Yes,
This woman she's got more balls than every single Republican in Congress.
We don't like none of you. You okay? No, how can I be okay? You okay? Are you okay? I look like I'm okay? Don't come up in my face here because I hit hard. Fuck wrong with y'all.
Try it.
I wish you would.
Try it.
You try me and see what the fuck happened. Nigga, we angry. All
I'm trying to find the audio.
So
Dang
don't
it.
think it's y'all alone. Get out of here. You, who you telling get out of here? Why you telling me get out of here? You asked me a question and I'm answering you. Get out of here. Fuck wrong with you? Oh, stupid ass bitch. That's why you gotta hide your face. You wanna go to jail?
Look, oh, he got his feelings hurt. He was called a bitch. Aw. Poor guy. Poor guy got his feelings hurt. Left will stab you in the back. The right will blame someone else while holding the knife. Yeah. I love that lady.
Pussy bitch. That's why your kids don't like you and your wife is fucking on you. Your wife is fucking on you. Yes, inject it in my veins.
That's why you gotta hide in your face. My face ain't hidden, bitch. I'm American, you stupid bitch. Fuck wrong with y'all? You can take me too high. I'm shorter than Zulia Press. You know what to do? Tell them, no. You want me? Fuck wrong with y'all? Fuck all of you. Put that on the news. Let Trump
She needs to run for Congress. That's what I say.
Put that on the news. Let Trump see it. Oh, hell yes. We need to get this lady on Crystal Kylan, friends. Holy shit, that was glorious. That was amazing. And look, she's speaking for all of us, bro. She is speaking for all of us. Because we're sick of it. Everybody's sick of it. We're done with it. I don't know how, like, I mean, these people are ignoring court rulings. They're, they rounded up people just for their tattoos, even if it was a mom and
There
dad
we go.
tattoo or an
I found
autism
it.
awareness tattoo.
I'm gonna pause this.
They sent 288
Come back to
people
it.
to a concentration.
It's almost done anyway.
Once praising these words being used to describe Donald Trump and his supporters. And so tonight there's a K-File investigation which uncovers this audio of Kennedy. Here it is, back from 2016.
You write about Trump. Quote, the way that you build a truly vicious nationalist movement is to wed a relatively small core of belligerent idiots to a much larger group of opportunists and spineless fellow
He's now
travelers
a
whose
part of
primary
the group of
function
belligerent
is to
idiots.
turn a blind eye to things. We may not have that many outright Nazis in America, but we have plenty of cowards and bootlickers, and once those fleshy dominoes start tumbling into the Trump camp, the game is up.
I mean, it's like James Joycean. All right, Andrew Kaczynski joins me now. Andrew, what else did you find beyond fleshy dominoes in these RFK Jr. audio recordings?
At Donald Trump, see that every
like Hitler, but not for the reason that you might imagine. Take a listen to this audio.
You can see that every statement that Donald Trump makes is fear-based. No, we have to be fear of the Muslims. We have to be fear of the black people, and particularly the big black guy.
I think this might be before the brainworm got to
this
him.
Country, who's making everybody miserable.
That's what I think.
And only one person has the genius and the capacity to solve these things. He's not like Hitler. Hitler had like a plan. Hitler was interested in policy. I don't think Trump has any of that. I think he's like non-compos mentis, that he's, he'll get in there and who knows what will happen. Like, I would agree with you that he's interested only in attention at this point.
And look, I think it's important to point out, too, that RFK didn't stop this criticism after Trump became president. He wasn't one of those people who saw Trump as president and thought he did a good job. He was criticizing him all the way up until July when he called him then a terrible president.
Right. All right. So, Andrew,
Yep.
Camp. This is the least we could do is fucking berate them and dress them down and scold them in public. They've arrested
I love
fucking
brainworm
veterans
starver.
and U.S. Marshals
RFK
and
can
American
call people
citizen
stupid.
who spoke Mayan. You know all
Just
this stuff.
just imagine
You
it was like
know,
just a couple
last
weeks
week,
ago where
assaulting
he was in front of
an 84-year-old married couple.
he was in the
shooting a
cabinet
priest
meeting
in the face with a pepper ball, tear gassing a
saying
baby.
he watched TikTok videos
All
of
this
women
this all just happened.
gobbling
Running over people with
Tylenol.
cars, tear gassing cops and journalists, zip tying naked kids and putting them in the back of a U-Haul, raiding
what
schools
did he
and
say
meatpacking
after that?
facilities and farms and waiting outside of the fucking immigration. Like,
With Trump derangement
man.
syndrome, gargling
This is-
Tylenol
that-
into
she
their
speaks for all of us. That speaks for all of us. That is
into
the anger,
their
that is the frustration of a country.
What'd you say their
that
baby
is,
and their
is being
placenta?
assaulted.
Like
This country is being assaulted. This country is being
What?
invaded by MAGA. What we're seeing is Red America.
Imagine being in
invading
charge
Blue
of health for a
America. That's what
country
it is.
saying
That's why you
don't
have the
trust.
Texas National Guard sent to like
I
fucking
can't handle.
Chicago.
Yeah, dude.
They send all these
I'm looking at
conservative
land in
National
Australia.
Guardsmen into
That's
blue
why I
cities,
actually
and then they fucking assault.
I actually told
innocent people. I mean, it
my
literally
wife a
happened
couple
in
weeks
DC,
ago. I
where
was
one of
like,
them said,
I literally
ICE
feel
agent
like
said,
I got shifted
"Liberals
into
have
an
already
alternate
destroyed this
timeline
country."
by
When
accident.
somebody looked
Is
at
what
the
it
ICE
feels
agents
like.
and said, "You guys are destroying this country.
Food's
You guys are
ready?
taking away
All
like
right,
due process
thanks.
rights and constitutional rights, civil liberties, human rights." And they go, "Liberals have already destroyed this country." What is that? That's exactly what I told you it is. It's Proud Boys, it's white nationalists being deputized into being ICE agents. No professionalism, no expertise, no concern for the Constitution. Just going around like fucking thugs and bandits and thieves and rounding people up and ruining their lives and destroying their families and ripping people away. And you have Stephen Miller who says, no, don't go for the fucking cartels. Don't go for the actual criminals and gangsters. No, go to the local Home Depot parking lot or Lowe's parking lot and start rounding them up. And that's why we are where we are. So much love to that woman. Somebody get her to run for office, because
I just said that.
I'll tell you that much. All right, guys. That's the show, y'all. I love y'all very much. You guys know the drill. Everybody, please subscribe to the channel. You can support the show on Patreon. Remember, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser, never done an ad read, never will, never talked to a billionaire, anything like that. You guys make it possible. Thank you again. You can also support Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack.
Oh, hi again. Welcome back from the ads and things.
Oh, they got Zoran on. Nice.
Ties.
I don't really care for these dudes, but I like seeing these guys be charmed by
something I really
Dems.
need, and it says it's 9
Actually, yeah, I'll pause
stops
this.
away.
I want to watch that first. Come on, go faster.
You should have come through at Maharaja Suites in Jackson Heights.
Hey, dude.
Getting number tie.
I would love to.
All right. Next time I'll let you know.
I'm gonna get your number because your comms team ducks me. So.
And sometimes like that though, like that thought I had. The what if that comes true next week? Ugh, it's too much. Yeah. It's frustrating. It's just like a non-stop deluge of chaos. And it's intentional. It's completely intentional.
Okay, beautiful.
Also, socialism. I'm so. Are we rolling? I'm so angry by the way that you guys did the New York City Olympics. Because I hit that guy up. I was watching.
All right, I'm gonna grab some food. I'll be right back.
And I'm forgetting the guy's name right now. My bad. But he goes, "We should have like a New York City Olympics where the boroughs compete." And I didn't DM Kareem. I DM'd the guy. And I go, "Let's make this happen. Like I am down." And he goes, "How would we do that?" And I go, "We'll find a way." And then I see you a few weeks later, like. We're doing it. Everybody come out. Where were you? Far Rockaway or something? No, in Coney Island. It was Coney Island. Coney Island. Yeah. Anyway, guys, we're here with the next mayor of New York City. Let's go. 93% on Kalshi right now.
Yes.
Chances of victory. 93%.
Yep.
So, barring this doesn't go horribly, I think you're going to This is how we bring the numbers down. Exactly. We got to get some parity here. We got to get Cuomo a chance. I want people to understand the selection's not over, so I'm going to tank this interview. If it's not an 85 by the end of this interview, we're going to work on it. Dude, you've done, like, I want to give you, like, a few compliments here. But they're also like very validating because I think, you know, every week I'm talking to Charlamagne and we're talking with the boys here on the pods and it's like, we keep on saying, hey, Democrats, can you please just run for something and not against somebody? Yep. It is a very simple solution, but I think people at their core want to feel like their issues are addressed, you know, and their concerns are met. Not simply that guy bad. Yeah. And then you guys have done it masterfully. Obviously, you're a great talent, and your team is phenomenal. Zara, I know you're listening. You're great. You're great. You're great. Give us a little more time. You're great. You're great. But it was like it was really validating to see that. Yeah. You know, it's like wow. If you talk about the issues people care about and say that you're going to do something about it, they will support you. What a fucking crazy idea.
You know, it's also crazy. The things that I would say you inspire, change and hope. The last great Democrat, those were kind of his mantras, or however you'd say it. Change and hope, and that's what you inspire.
Was that Hillary Clinton?
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude. I think that's been lost a little bit.
I mean, I appreciate you guys. I think it's just, there's been a lot of lecturing and not much listening. And, you know, we saw a swing towards Trump here in New York City in the last general election. Whose responsibility was that? Who the hell made that? What the fuck are we even talking about?
Dude, those guys.
Yeah.
I can't believe they did this.
I still blame the voters.
There are a lot of caricatures of
like I don't care how
voters
stupid the Dems were. They knew what they were getting into voting for Trump.
The swing was actually in the heart of immigrant New York. And I went to Hillside Avenue in Queens. I went to Fordham Road in the Bronx. And I asked New Yorkers, who did you vote for and why? And I met the vast majority of them were Trump voters. And I asked them why, and it just came back to cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And if I had spent that time lecturing them as to why they were wrong, as opposed to listening to them as to how we could get right, then we would run a very different campaign.
And this is one thing I said I wanted to talk about. I feel like establishment Democrats don't understand a pretty simple thing. We want to vote for someone who might make things better. Even if the risk is it will make things worse. A lot of people voted for Trump because he might make things better, and the other person is saying, I wouldn't change anything. Things are not good. In New York, things are not good right now.
It's the
The
most
other
expensive
guy,
city
to
in
me, is
America.
just saying it's the same, and you're saying it could get
It's
better.
a privilege to maintain the status quo. You know what I mean? Like if it, like we're privileged, like it's very nice to know that we're going to be okay. Listen,
I hit the Jordan DSA link.
No, it's
you know we can't afford more of the same.
So here's the thing. Like it's so funny because I saw it was like Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk. And they were talking about you. I don't know if you remember this.
I didn't see this.
But they were speaking, and it was almost like this shoehorn theory. Have you ever seen that, like politically, what happened?
Horseshoe.
Oh, sorry, horseshoe. Yeah. So it's like, and I think that they were basically saying that you were meeting the moment in terms of what people are concerned with, right? And it's obviously cost of living, and it's like, I think it's so specific. I think it's like it's rent, and I think everything is derivative of rent.
Yeah.
And
it's the number one issue in the city.
The number, bro. I started looking up numbers because, like,
Oh, you just now started?
I think a 2-bedroom.
Like you thought
6 years ago.
Thought you were going to speak on all these issues. And now you just started looking up numbers.
Compared to
very
right now,
responsible.
I think it's gone up 90%.
I mean, it's untenable, right? Like, and I think this is the thing that
90%, almost doubled in 6 years.
That's great.
How are people supposed to keep up with this? And I think what's so kind of to what you guys were saying, if the politics on offer is right now is as good as it's ever going to get, that's not good enough for the vast majority of people.
And I think it speaks to how out of touch a lot of them are.
Yeah, and I think it's just, I spoke to a nurse who, after she finishes her shift, she drives for an hour and a half, leaving the state of New York to get to where she can afford a place.
That is terrible.
That's what you're putting working people through. People are living in Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Jersey City, commuting it.
Dude, white people have to live in the outer boroughs.
We need to fix this. What the hell's going on here? This is what happens when you call him a socialist. You got over it.
It's just like I'm going after Astoria. Going after Vicente.
Come on. The Greeks are not white. No, but continue, please. Yeah. It is absurd that in order to afford her life, and there are obviously certain like circumstances that have created this situation. What I want to talk about more is because I looked at your plan to go fix it, and I would really like this to be able to happen. A lot of people are making this like impending war about you and Trump. I think it's going to be you and Albany, bro. Can you speak a little bit more on that? Like what you need Albany to essentially allow you to do?
Yeah.
There are restrictions in government. Like there are systems in place that don't allow you to do what you want, even if you think it's in the best interest of people, and even if that's what the people want. So how are you going to convince Hochul? How are you going to convince these people to allow you to enact these policies?
So New York City continues to be a creature of the state. New York City, if you have an ambition for the city that matches the scale of the crisis, you have to have an Albany agenda.
Yep.
So when de Blasio wanted to deliver universal pre-K, he knew he would have to go to Albany to get that money. He actually overcame the objections of then Governor Andrew Cuomo to get that money to make this a reality. Now it is one of the best examples of government actually meeting the needs of working people. And so when we talk about raising revenue, raising taxes on the top 1% by 2%, the top corporate tax to match that of New Jersey, that's something we will do in Albany. And that's partially why the endorsements of Governor
Hochul. You almost said it. You almost said it.
I'll never be taking that one.
You almost said it.
Governor
He's
Hochul.
posting that on Instagram immediately.
You see the trauma is coming back. having to deal with that man so much. Governor Hochul, Assembly Speaker Carl Heystreet, Majority Leader of the state Senate Andrea Stewart-Cousins. These are endorsements not just of me, but of the agenda. Because in Albany, it's often spoken about as 3 men in a room. Now it's 2 women and a man who are in that room. And to have the endorsements of all of them, it's huge, and it paves the way.
I also think
for,
it
for
speaks
this
to
agenda.
your political momentum, right?
Thank you.
No. And I mean that.
Yet not having endorsements from the Dem party leaders in Congress.
It's like a guy once told me
large APAC
America doesn't have
funding
allies at its
recipients,
interests.
oddly enough.
And I think that politicians are often that way. I can't speak about you, but like Hochul needs re-election, and she's gonna. It's next year, right? I imagine she is thinking, okay, if I raise taxes like you would want, I might lose some of my constituents. But she's also probably thinking, if this guy is such a tsunami and if I rebuke him, I could also lose people. So is your strategy to have so much support in a Trump-esque version, like he's the only other example I can see that has like found a way to completely transform his party. Is your strategy get so much support that Hochul's political future
Turn
is
things up a little bit.
on her connectivity
Hope
to
that
you?
works.
My strategy is to build the political will such that Governor Hochul has a partner in delivering universal child
He's a
care.
good man. He's a politician.
Because look, Governor Hochul has spoken.
Bend the knee.
Governor
You said
Hochul,
bend the knee.
Governor Hochul has said she wants to deliver universal child care. What she's had in the mayor we have right now is someone more focused on getting out of jail
Right.
than actually funding these kinds of
Or
programs.
partying, we're going to bring 11 to New York. That is a fire idea. You shouldn't even know what that is.
I didn't know what it was until you posted the clip, and I was like, oh,
And now you're like, let him run against.
That's all we need to see. You can still bring it though.
That's still on the table, bro. Okay. You were saying.
So I think it's what are you using your political capital for? Because the same people who will say, oh, we can't afford free buses, we can't afford $700 million a year in making the slowest buses in America fast and free.
I don't agree with that. I think you can. Like that. No. Like, but here's the thing. Like,
Can I put that on the website?
You can put whatever you want.
yeah.
Like, I also think this idea that like New Yorkers are going to flee because of a 2% increase. It's like I've been everywhere else. You're not going anywhere. Bill Ackman's not going nowhere. He's going to be in the Hamptons all
There's
fucking
only
summer.
one place to write those tweets.
That's it.
New York City.
Exactly.
Every character you want.
AC goes out in July in Miami. You sweating writing tweets? There's
He's
no way.
spending more money against me than I would even tax him. Every day it's like $1 million. It's like $1 million. I'm like, Habibi, I don't even want that. You're going above and beyond.
Okay, but so I don't think anybody's moving, and I honestly feel that way. And like I'm in the tax bracket. We're going to tax more. Like, dude, if you're going to deliver all this shit for 2%, give it. I'm 100% supportive. It makes life easier for New Yorkers. This is my one identity in my entire life is a New Yorker. It's the thing I care the most about. But what I will say is that I think that there are going to be people in government that are going to try to restrict you from doing that. And I know that you're aware of that. So I'm like, how? And there are people that might disagree on economic policy. We can have like a philosophical discussion about like what economic policy works. But I don't even know I think that's like a waste of time. What the fuck do you do when special interest groups are going to be lobbying like crazy? They're going to say, I want to build 200,000 units. And then the second you try, they're going to be like, well, not in my neighborhood, I don't.
Yeah. I mean, you have
How
to,
do you do that?
You have to be ready to take on these fights. You cannot be naive
taking
to
on
the
it right
fact.
now. Special interest groups are.
But I mean, it's I appreciate the point because there is a reason why we haven't had progress, right? If you look, for example, at the Department of Education, this is the agency we spend the most amount of money on in any agency in New York City.
Yep.
Of the $40 billion we spend about $10 billion on contracts and consultants.
Yeah.
Those are a lot of people who are looking forward to the renewal of their contract.
No, it's to educate you nerds at Bronx Science. Some of us dumb kids that went to regular public school, we don't need all that money.
Look,
Where'd you go to high school?
Baruch College campus.
What was your mascot?
The Blue Devils.
All right.
Yeah. Which
It's
we
actually
just chose.
a white devil. Isn't that funny? Who are you? Habibi, let's talk about it after.
Segue.
Segue. Get us back to Hochul.
Pivot.
Get us back to Hochul.
But here's my point. There are people making money off the status quo. And so there will be a lot of interest in retaining that status quo. Right now, the city of New York will pay McKinsey a few $1 million to design a trash can. McKinsey's not going to be happy when I say we don't need you to design that anymore. We can actually design that ourselves. The Second Avenue subway, which is the most recent extension of New York City subway
Shut
lines.
that shit down, bro.
Okay, that's not where I'm going.
Shut that shit down.
I don't know. Where
Ain't
are you
nobody
taking
need a subway on Second Avenue.
It's actually a
bro.
beautiful station.
Why are you and Curtis Sliwa so against the Second Avenue subway?
Because we're from Manhattan.
You don't want to get to 125th Street?
Never go to Upper East Side.
I grew up. I went to middle school there. I went to elementary school
You
there.
don't go there now.
I know, but so I don't need it. No, the last place you need a subway is on the Upper East Side. They're going to be okay. they're not leaving. Bring a subway down to Tribeca or something like that.
Subway. It's wherever you are. Wherever you are.
Connect the Q train to something.
That's what I'm trying to do.
What is this Second Avenue subway?
You don't take the subway.
So what? It's not about that. You know what I mean? I'm here giving my 2%, but not to the Second Avenue subway. I'm not going to spend another 2% on Second Avenue subway. Tell them walk 2 more blocks and then take the 6.
Look, I think we got to go from 96th Street to 120th.
Did you just hear what he says? He goes,
No, it is long. That's a good point. That's right. That's 8 blocks mathematically.
What I'm saying is, why are you trying to build more white people subways, man?
Look at this. Look at this. So you were fine with the Second Avenue subway, 72nd, 86, 96, but you don't want to go to 125th?
I never wanted it at any of those stops.
Here's my point.
I've always been against the Second Avenue subway. They want to live over there and make them walk. I dated a girl over there. That shit was horrible. I had to walk and they got to walk. I was walking to York Avenue in shorts.
I feel like I'm talking to Eric Adams.
Fucking December. You know, bring in 11. Put an 11 on the Second Avenue subway. Use the poles for something.
Here's his point. Here's my point, though. Is that people in Harlem were promised a subway to 125th Street on the 2nd Avenue decades ago.
Yeah.
And it's taken us so long to even get to this.
Why didn't we start with them?
We had to connect it.
What is it? But you could connect it the other way, too. We could have started up there.
But where are they going to take it from 125th to 160? That's as long as the 2 Avenue 160.
Yeah, I'm actually here to announce that the head of design at the MTA is about to be right
Thank you. I would have done that too. Now you're making some good decisions.
Yeah.
All right. I'm taking back my 2% if I'm gonna work for it though. No. I hear what you're saying. You got to connect it to 51st Street.
But I think the larger point here is though that like when they did the first phase of construction for the 2nd Avenue subway, the MTA spent more money on consultants than construction.
Yeah.
So this is part of the issue is that you're right that we're going to have to transform the inner workings of government.
Yeah.
And that means ending a patronage politics. There are a lot of people who have jobs more to do with who they know than what they do.
Yeah. No,
and that's not specific to Eric Adams.
And
It sounds like you want to create a Department of Government Efficiency. Kind of sounds like. Because when I said I was in favor of it, this liberal cuck, when it was a Republican idea, hated it. And now I'm in favor. Now look at him nodding.
Donnie, we are not going to judge people who like to watch others have sex with their wives. That is their...
I'm bringing it back to efficiency.
Okay, sorry.
I'm bringing it back to waste.
Some people say that's efficient and waste.
You can wait for Andrew Cuomo to have these other conversations. Right?
You know he's going to love
back.
Okay, go.
But here's my point: is that it is sad that we've let someone like Elon Musk take the words efficiency, fraud, as if they are right-wing concerns.
I agree.
These are actually the concerns that should be at the heart of a progressive politics.
Yes.
Because I want to increase taxes on the top 1% by 2%. And I also want those same New Yorkers to be able to look at that increased revenue and say every single one of these dollars is being spent efficiently.
Yeah.
It can't be in and of itself the reason why you do it. It has to be what you deliver with that money.
I think like Doge was universally supported before it became what it was. But the idea...
Well, it was never actually intended to fulfill the intentions.
Yeah.
But the intentions...
The intentions are right.
Of
I think
eliminating
most people
fraud
agree. Let's eliminate it.
Okay, I love that. Guys, Generational Triumph Tour. First of all, San Jose, all the shows are sold out. We just added one Sunday. Australia, we had an Australia run in February. Most of those shows are sold out. We're going to add some more. See you there.
So if rent is the most important issue, which I think we all agree, it's like fucking absurd. The rent freeze was like incredibly effective communication, right? This idea, because everybody else is talking about, we're going to build all these units. When you're drowning, you're not worried about like someone building you a boat. You need a life vest. I get that 100%. I think that makes sense. You correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you can do that to like about 50% of the units in New York.
Yeah.
Because those are like,
apartments pretty much.
They're like the rent stabilizer, rent controlled units.
About 2.5 million New Yorkers live in these kinds of apartments.
Got it.
Yeah.
How do you offer relief to the other 50%? And let me just clarify to people listening, like those other 50% aren't necessarily people who are wealthy.
They're just living in market rate units.
And people that work here, and they just didn't have the ability to get one of these, rent controlled units.
And so I'd first say there's rent control, which is a very small minority.
Yeah.
The vast majority of what we're talking about is rent stabilization. Rent rent stabilization means there's a limit on how much your rent can increase every year. It's not what your rent is, it's what the increase will be. And it's all determined by a board called the Rent Guidelines Board, composed of 9 people that the mayor appoints.
You can appoint them.
Yes.
But I think the appointing process might even take a little bit, right? It's not like day 1 you do it.
It's each of these terms are on kind of a rotating basis.
Got it.
And there are a number of these terms that are open right now.
Got it. So you can point some, and there might be some people that are empathetic to your philosophies already.
Yeah,
So
because they actually did a study. That same board, under Eric Adams, did a study. It found that landlord profits had increased 12% of those units in the same year that the median household income of tenants of those units was $60,000. And with that information, they decided, let's hike the rent again. So it actually doesn't have to do with the data.
Got it.
But the point that you're making is right, which is that we have to have a housing policy for all 8.5 million people. That's why you couple a rent freeze with construction of 200,000 truly affordable homes. The reason I say truly is because, like, I represent Steinway in Astoria, right? I'll call a constituent, I'll say, there's a new affordable housing development coming up. Do you want to apply? They'll say, how much do I have to make? I say $140,000. They hang up the phone.
Yeah, affordable housing.
Because how are they going to afford that, right?
Yeah.
And so my point is thinking about affordability more with the median household income in New York City, which is $70,000 for a family of 4.
I love it.
So you have to increase that, and you have to make it easier for the private sector to also build.
I agree with you 100%. Like, I think Ezra Klein put out a great book that I think that he's been like unfairly maligned by a lot of people on the left, but like where he's just going, hey, I appreciate democratic policies. I want to implement them. I think they're better for people, but there are certain things that we need to remove so that we can be competitive in an open market.
And I think that there's a truth to that where, look, I'm somebody who believes in the public sector. I believe in regulation. I also believe that if I can't give you the reason for the regulation, then it has no reason to exist. I cannot justify a restaurant giving the city every year $25 for the right to sell a frozen dessert. That doesn't make sense to me, right? That is something that should be eliminated. I cannot justify someone who wants to open a barbershop filling out 24 forms, going to 7 agencies, and then attending 12 in-person events. That does not make sense to me.
Right.
So I think that there is a truth to some of the regulations we've created have made it far more difficult to build housing. And even the justifications we used back then are not the ones that have been borne out today. So we need to change those.
So how do we, first of all, I completely agree. And as like someone who has someone renovating above me, please believe I like the fact that there is regulation. Do you know what I mean? Like I have a kid who's 21 months old. It's like they want to sleep, and if somebody's just going to be banging 21. This guy's a rapper.
21 months old.
Yes. So and she'll never listen to 21 Savage. And,
apologies.
And so I guess my question is like, how do we get those 200,000 units out? Because the real only thing that's going to solve this crisis, and it's a legitimate crisis, like, is more units. You can freeze rent, you can do all these things.
You have to do it with more.
And some people, and I'm sure you would probably acknowledge this, said like even freezing rent within the controllable units that you have could cause like a surplus pressure in the non-controlled units, and those might go up. So while we protect those 50%, the other people who are making the same amount of money as them, because of those market pressures, could have increased rent.
Corporations are going to make their money.
And that's why you have to take this as an opportunity to also tackle the costs that landlords are facing. Because when I speak to landlords,
talk to me about that. That's interesting.
I hear that the insurance of affordable housing units has doubled in the last few years. Right. And that cost is one that is driving so much of the pressure.
That's interesting.
And there's a number of those landlords that came together to create a different risk pool through something called Milford Street Captive. And they've managed to depress that cost. What if the city invested in that kind of a mechanism to help those landlords address that? The other thing here is that...
Are they gouging the affordable housing units because they know that they're government backed?
No, they're gouging them because there's money to be made.
But in the same way that like universities can charge whatever they want for an education because they know the government will back the loans? Like, is that...
To me, what this gouging more looks like is there are many providers who are now paying the cost of a number of bad landlords who have made insurance such a high part of doing business.
Got it.
Right? And so you have better providers who are pooling their risk together.
Got it.
And so my point here is if you invested a significant amount of capital, you could assist that kind of an intervention.
Got it.
The second thing is you have a property tax system that's broken in New York City, one that effectively penalizes rental apartments and the owners of those rental apartments.
He said
And
penal.
if you had a system that incentivized the construction of rental apartments, you could have a very different landscape of housing. So to me, it's freeze the rent and take on the cost of insurance and fix a broken property tax system and streamline development and have the city produce 200,000 homes. And often when I've talked about 200,000 homes, that's just what I think the city should do. I think the private sector should be doing an immense amount of additional construction.
But they're going to need incentive structures as well, right? Like there was that program, forgetting what it was. Was it and
421A and 485A?
I think that you're talking about the HTPSA that just sunset recently.
You're speaking about the
that's the extension
HSTP,
of 421A.
No, these are separate things.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about 2019 rent laws.
Yes. But that's not what I was referencing.
Then there's the tax incentive.
There's
421A now 485X or 45W. Yeah.
I'm talking about the one that basically allowed developers over a 35-year period. So essentially the idea is there was like a tax abatement for 35 years for the first 25. Years they didn't pay. The last 10 they started increasing 10% every year, and at the end of the 35 all the units were now free market, but I think at a certain point in time 30%. Of them were like rent controlled.
There's stabilization and there's a set aside for affordability.
And again, I don't know like what metrics work, and I'm not like an economist and I'm not a developer. But to me, just from talking to some people in development, they said that like since this, I think what was it, the HTPSA, since that, or if it was this program, was this Affordable New York?
HSTP is the Housing Stabilization Tenant Protection Act.
That was the de
HSTPA.
Blasio thing. That's not this thing that I'm talking about.
Yeah, your basic. Well, I'll kind of step back for a second.
Please, yeah.
You'll hear from developers that the HSTPA passed in 2019 made it more difficult for them to maintain a lot of housing units because it put limitations on what they could do with regards to profit and how they could push many tenants out of those same tenant buildings. At the same time, there's the incentive through 421A that has since been renewed to become something called 485, which is a tax incentive for the construction of new housing.
Is that the New York Yes or whatever, or is that affordable New York?
There's City of Yes.
City of Yes.
These are three different things.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can
but I think here's the thing: is that most New Yorkers don't have time to know every single set of numbers and
I don't know a
letters,
single one.
right?
It's
but that's representative of more New Yorkers than those who know, and that's our job to break this down, right? What City of Yes does is it makes it easier to construct more housing across New York City. It changes zoning regulations. It's estimated to allow for the additional construction of a little less than 90,000 new units.
Yep.
We have to build on top of that. It has to be even more than that.
Yep.
My point here is that when I speak to developers, we'll have disagreements about labor. We'll have disagreements about maybe materials and the cost of it. One place we have a real agreement about is the cost of waiting. Many of these developers will tell me one of the most expensive things they have to deal with is the wait.
Yep.
They'll put in an application, they'll put forward a bid, and then they'll have to wait and wait and wait. And we know time is money.
Yep.
Because you're not just waiting, you're also paying other people who are waiting with you.
Yeah.
And there's an environmental law at the state level called SECRA. SECRA requires you, when you're putting forward an application, to estimate the traffic flows of 10 to 15 years from now. So when they did the Williamsburg rezoning,
right,
they were asking people to estimate these traffic flows before Lyft and Uber existed in New York City.
Right.
And so now, obviously, their presence in New York City makes a mockery of any estimate that was made prior to that.
Right.
And yet that estimate is still one you could be held liable for in court, saying you said it would be this and now it's this.
Right.
And so to me, these are examples of what you were bringing up earlier of how do we bring these regulations more in line with reality, and how do we ensure that we are able to build the immense amount of housing we need so that we can actually have New Yorkers stay here.
Yeah.
That's the goal, because we're building 4 homes per 1,000 people. Jersey City's at 7.
Yeah.
Tokyo's at nearly 10.
What is Houston at?
Yeah.
Tell me.
They're doing an unbelievable amount, because there's just no regulation. Now, there's different circumstances. You're
Also
not
a lot
building
of
on
land.
top of each other, and there's a lot more land. I understand it. And I don't like those comparisons generally, because New York is such a specific city. We're living on top of each other and next to each other, and there's different considerations that we have to make. Okay, the HTPSA.
HSTPA.
Yes.
My boy about to say HSBC.
Bro, I almost said it.
World's local bank. I feel like I'm on the airport just walking through the. They always got the ads.
So like, some people would say, and I think you just mentioned it, that like this was a progressive policy that had a really good idea. It's like, how do we protect these people that are in these rent stabilized units from being pushed out? And then obviously what landlords would say is, you've created a situation because you can, once something is rent stabilized, it can no longer be brought to free market rent, that it doesn't incentivize them to renovate the spaces. And now they have these like zombie apartments or ghost apartments. And I saw that one of your policies was to like impose punitive damages on like these big conglomerates like BlackRock that own all these, that could be anything from brownstones to buildings that have these vacant units, right? And I have different theories on that, but do you think that policy did lend itself to making these zombie apartments from a perspective of, it's not worth it as a landlord to reinvest in this unit because I can't extract the rent that would justify that?
So I think the HSTPA was a good thing. I think it was a good thing because what you had prior to it was many landlords taking units out of rent stabilization and using a vacancy bonus that they could receive when you pushed out a tenant as the reason they would continue to harass.
Yeah, I think it was like
many
a 20%
tenants.
bonus that you could get.
And obviously, you can imagine how many tenants were having to face that kind of harassment.
To put it in perspective, like my friend Carlos growing up, like he was in a rent controlled building, and they literally just stopped accepting his family's rent, and he had to put the rent in escrow during like a multiple year process where they were just trying to get him out of the building because they were obviously trying to flip the building. So
And
I say that to say that like I 100% empathize with that, and that is a real issue.
Yes.
But sometimes protecting real issues can cause other ones that are unintended.
And that's where I think that, the policies I put forward that you're referring to, there's 2 separate things. One is ensuring that we're actually holding bad landlords accountable. This is about violations of housing code, because right now The city of New York is owed $800 million by landlords who have violated housing codes that the city has not collected a dollar of. It's just sitting there.
Why is that?
Yeah, why?
A lack of political will.
Is it lobbying? Is it BlackRock going, I'm going to fight this?
The same landlords who are saying we can't afford a rent freeze dropped $2 million against me in the primary. So my point being is that there is money. And I think you're right that we have to take all of these concerns seriously. And what I've actually proposed with vacant units is having an actual study being done on the number of them and, and the reason for why they are currently being held off the market, and finding what is the cost of bringing them back online. Because there's a lot of discourse, a lot of anecdote. We want to get to the facts of it.
Because there's like a circumstance where you look at, and I'm sure it happens in New York City as well, but like Vancouver, for example, where there's a lot of foreign investment in apartment buildings out there, and then the people of Vancouver just couldn't afford to buy into their own city that they lived their whole life. And I
mean,
get that.
When I was a foreclosure prevention housing counselor before I was an assembly member. And when I was running for assembly, at that point, 1/3 of all homes purchased in Queens were being purchased by unnamed LLCs. 1/3.
Does that? And what would that mean? Is that somebody trying to be sneaky on taxes, or is that somebody that is an outside?
There's a lot of hollowing out of neighborhoods where you're purchasing it oftentimes for the intent of flipping it, where you're purchasing it.
Yep.
And this is part of the issue, where so much of what has been the foundation of stability for so many New Yorkers has become seen as an opportunity for something like private equity.
All right, guys, let's take a break from this communist trash.
Yeah.
For 1 second.
Thank
We need
God,
to talk
dude.
about unbridled capitalism.
Thank God. While we still have some money.
While we still have a couple bucks. While you guys still have a couple bucks before this guy convinces us to give it all away.
Well, no, I'm not Zoran.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that.
Holy shit.
What
the fuck?
No, I'm not running for anything.
Oh, thank you. Well, now I feel guilty. I was saying it because I thought it was here. That was disrespectful what Mark just said.
What? No, what you said.
No, what you said.
What you said. You said it looks like he ate Zoran. That was fucked up.
I said that?
Yeah.
Did I really?
Yeah.
I didn't even remember saying that.
Why didn't from the top? Come on.
All right, can we do this from the top? Really? Did I really say that? Shut up. You said that shit.
No, you said this.
Akash, you're racist, bro.
You're right. I
Akash,
apologize.
I meant to say Alex. Alex, you're racist, bro. I said. All right, but for real, today's episode of Flagrant is brought to you by Kraken.
Yeah.
The app you actually want when you're trading crypto or stocks. We've been on Kraken for a while now, and here's why. When the market goes nuts, Kraken doesn't. It's fast and secure, and it's trusted by millions of people. Okay, listen, the boys, we've been having a little competition with our money while we still have it.
Don't say competition. Now that we're winning, now that you're winning, it's a competition.
Yo, you were on fire.
Yeah, and it wasn't a competition. Then it was like, oh, we're all trading. We're all seeing
What happened to you?
Yeah, where you
I'm
at?
still up. I'm still up.
I've been down. Stay down.
Yeah. No, I'm up, dude.
10 toes.
How much you up?
1,100.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, look at me. And I got paid $64 in dividends
Hold
for
on,
my ETF.
the price of Bitcoin is $113,000.
Yeah, see, I think it's a 111 at this moment, but yeah.
When did that happen? I thought crypto like dropped the other day with the tariffs.
Here's how much I know how to pick them. Is this time I put all my money in Bitcoin and it was at 116 and now
We need like that Pelosi stock tracker for you.
It's the opposite for both of us. Both of us is trash at this shit. Somehow I'm up. I'm up 3K.
you're not running it.
You got to be smart enough to know that it's not your ball game. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be smart enough to know.
You got the JBC on it.
I got the JBC. Did you know what the JBC is, Al? The Jewish Business Collective.
Oh, really?
I got the Jewish Business Collective.
Yeah,
on
smart.
it. Okay,
Oh,
so
man.
they got me up. You know, Al, what are you up?
$69.
I'd rather be down. I'd rather be down.
6, 7, bro. That is not 6, 7. That is not 6, 7.
I'm truthful. That's
Yeah,
how much I'm
that's
up.
sad.
Yeah, you're a sad.
You got a dinner, bro. They gave you all this money for a dinner. That's crazy.
Damn, bro. And they gave you the money. They gave
You
it to
don't
you.
even do it. Shut up.
Why don't you get a Jewish Business Collective? Duh.
Wait, what are you
He
up?
couldn't get the loan.
I think I was up. Are we still red line? I think I was up $3 grand.
Oh.
I think I'm up $3 grand right there.
That's
up
not
3K.
Is Bitcoin taxable?
Say again?
How does that happen with taxes? If we put all our money here, we
I don't know,
hide
but the
it?
Jewish Business Collective charges 120%, so
no.
I'm actually down.
Oh, God.
I'm actually down.
They got you.
Anyway, listen up. For October only, Kraken's running something wild, a deposit match only in Kraken consumer app. Okay, this is literally Kraken putting extra on top of what you put in. Here's how it goes. You opt in, make your deposit. You get an automatic 1% match, no questions asked. As more people join in, the community match grows up to 2%. And if you're smart, you'll share with your friends through your referral code. Let them in on it and stack your network while you're at it. Kraken is literally giving you a boost for just being in the game this month. So don't fumble the bag. Head to kraken.com/flagrant to put your money somewhere it works as hard as you do. Kraken, it's simple, it's secure, it's where real moves get made. Now let's get it. Here's a disclaimer. Not investment advice. Crypto trading involves risk of loss and is offered to U.S. customers excluding Washington, New York, and Maine through Payward Interactive, Inc. Let's just take a break for a second, okay? It's me and Zoran here, and we are... Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Did you notice when the thigh was so fat? Did you realize it?
You thought Zoran took a blue chew. You're like,
This is crazy. Did you just keep popping up
I know,
over
it was
here?
wild.
My Lord. I feel like the joke will get worse throughout the ads, but then eventually maybe we'll get better.
Well, we have 4 ads, so
we could keep on doing it.
Yeah.
We're not leaving. We're not leaving. So guys, Blue Chew, man, it's just the greatest, bro. It's just the greatest. Guys, you deserve to have the hardest dick you've ever had in your life. You deserve that. Okay? You deserve that.
It's a human right.
It's a human right. Housing might be a human right. Getting that dick housed in a wet pussy might also be a human
We could do that
right.
for homelessness, bro. We could just pitch tents and let them hide in there.
That's a great idea.
That could be fire.
That's great.
Give them someplace to live.
Encampments. Yeah, I love it.
Y'all are really disrespectful to our guest.
Wait, what do you mean?
You're disrespecting
He's not
our
here
guest.
anymore.
He's not.
No.
Shit. I was gonna bring that up the second we got back from commercial. I was gonna. What do you think we should do about? Okay. In all seriousness, Blue Chew though, man. I mean, it's the best dick you've ever given anyone in your entire life, and you're gonna get it for free. It's $5 shipping. Like, I just don't understand. This is such a no-brainer. Okay, it's such a no-brainer. You're just gonna have the biggest, strongest.
That shit
I
must
can just
feel
imagine all of Zornet's fans that are watching this
Like,
interview.
what happened?
And they're like, this is really interesting. These guys are getting somewhere. It's just like, you want a huge cock? This is what capitalism is all about.
Yeah, dude. That shit probably feels fire. If you're, it feels good if you're getting it, probably. Right? No?
Say what David said.
No.
Say what he said.
For her, or if you're gay.
Say what he said.
For her, if you're getting it for her, as a woman, it feels good as
David
hell.
said, just want to let you guys know, David said, I don't know if it was today or another day, but at one point in time, he said to Mark in private, he goes, yo, dick must feel so good for a woman. What the hell are you doing, bro? What the hell are you even doing, David? Mark, how do you even agree to that?
I didn't even know what just happened. He hit me with it.
Listen, we're getting back to this. Blue Chew is delivering that dick David's talking about. That thing you just want to bounce all on. David was like, you know how they be bouncing on it? I need some of that. I mean, they must love that.
They must love it, bro. That shit was fire.
Right now, you're going to get your Blue Chew. You just go to bluechew.com/flagrant. All right, you know David already got it.
For her.
For her, though. For her. Anyway, bluechew.com/flagrant. Use the promo code flagrant. Let's get back to the show. This is where we get into, like, the philosophy of, like, what is housing? Like, is housing...
Hit 'em.
No, like, and this is where it's like, I have empathy for both sides. Like, I have empathy for the Puerto Rican family that worked their entire life and they were able to, like, buy this brownstone and they were told that, like, real estate is the only thing. Like, my parents were financially illiterate. They got lucky. They bought an artisan residence loft in a neighborhood that was too fucking dangerous for us to live in that ended up getting flipped around by NYU. It's like pure luck, you know? So it's like... So I have empathy for these people that put everything in it, right? And then at the same time, I also see there are people that are kind of holding hostage an asset class that we maybe should look more at as like, I don't want to say a utility, but like there can be a little bit more restriction when it comes to like a roof over your head. So I have empathy for your communist position.
I was getting nervous about his own thoughts.
I see you.
He said, I gotta get out of this one. I don't know how I got here. I'll be in this video.
No, it's like
no, but I hear you. This is. I
you
mean,
could probably
this
articulate what I'm saying.
No,
better, but
it's that you have something which is a necessity for people's
and
lives.
it's tricky. So it's like,
And
what if somebody invested in water?
It's been treated, and it's been treated as a means by which to make profit.
Yeah.
And so I know that there are many who bought into this system with the promise of unrestricted profit. That's what it was before the HSTPA.
Yeah.
And one of the issues you're hearing from a lot of landlords is they entered into loans with banks that could only be paid back if they evicted a majority of the tenants who were paying the rent at the time they purchased the building.
Yeah.
And that's also why I have empathy when we're hearing about insurance costs and water bills and Con Ed and property taxes, because those are also costs that are skyrocketing.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's how do we create a city where we understand housing as a human right and also ensure that our affordability agenda is universal. It's tenants, homeowners, landlords.
I think in order to do it, like in order to do it with rent stabilization or rent control, it's going to need to be government funded, because I don't think any private developers are going to see the incentive structure that they need to put that kind of capital in. And if you're going to do it, you're going to have to raise money. And I saw on one of your things was you were considering, selling muni bonds, right? And I think you want to raise like $100 billion over 10 years, right? So we're looking at like, I think 70% of that was coming from the muni bonds. So it's like, we're looking at, let's say on average.
We're saying we're at 30 million. We got to get, 30 million.
But like, and like, it's an ambitious endeavor. There are some limitations, as I'm sure you looked at, and this is where we go back to Albany. It's like, I looked into this. It's like, you got to raise the debt ceiling in order to be able to do that. Like, you got to ask Kathy to do that. Or if Kathy loses, you got to ask, what is it, Stefanik?
We're not even talking about Stefanik.
But then that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
They're going to fight you tooth and nail.
We're not going to have to worry about that hypothetical.
Okay.
With Stefanik.
Okay, fair enough.
But you look.
So what do you do in that scenario? Because
and I think this is, we're talking about, right, the current law is 10% of the 5-year valuation of real estate in New York City, right? And having to change that. And I think this is where politicians don't get to decide the scale of the crisis they're facing. They get to decide how they want to respond to it.
Facts.
And so this is an ambitious agenda, no question about it. But this is a time where if we don't match that crisis with that ambition, we're going to lose people.
But you are held hostage by their will to match.
That's what I'm saying.
And what I would argue is that I've been in Albany. I've seen legislators and legislative leaders who've had a vision of a city where you tax the wealthiest a little bit more to provide for everyone. And they haven't had a partner in a mayor. It's not to say it's going to be easy, but my point is that we haven't even tried.
Ooh, this is interesting. So
Andrew Cuomo is an example of not trying. He had 10 years of running the state.
He had some deaths to cover up. I mean, poor guy, you know what I mean? He's got his hands full. Groping some people. He was busy. His hands were full, literally.
Sliwa had a bar, dude. Killing grannies and grabbing fannies is on the bar.
Sliwa had some bars on the debate stage.
You love his hat. You want that shit.
I can't believe that I'm being called a communist and the Republican nominee is wearing a red ring.
Bro, I keep calling him Emily in Paris. But shout out Curtis. But yes, so what you're saying is...
You're like shouting out a sponsor of the show.
Yeah, it's a Netflix show. But shout out Kalshi. You're at 80%.
It's going well.
But so what you're saying is that there might be people in Albany that are more sympathetic, but because they've been up against a mayor in New York that has maybe no sympathy because they've been put in power by people who do not want this change, then they're not willing to. That's an interesting perspective. That they do not have the political capital.
The coalition. And I think this is the other thing is that we, from the beginning of this race, wanted to break out of the bubble of New York City politics and get into the world of New York City.
I thought you just didn't want to go to Israel. I thought that's what this was about. No, go on. One of the best moments ever. It was that moment, and then the one in the debate recently where fucking Cuomo couldn't say whether he was going to go to the Mets game or the Knicks game.
He said he wanted to go to both.
Bro, and like, you'll have moments
Just
where...
pick one.
Exactly.
Just pick it.
Exactly. You'll have moments where like you cut through like political fraudulence, and he's just like, I would do half and half, and you go, this guy.
When they asked the question in my mind, I was like, "There's no wrong answer here," and then he created the wrong answer. And it's like, just pick an answer.
It is a 5-year-old answer.
How are you gonna do both?
It's the next game. That was the right answer.
Come on.
Because you're so poised, you're so articulate, and he said it, and you're just like, this fucking guy. So you throw your hands up.
You created that. Anyway, I mean, but look, I grew up in the city, and I've often seen the city that our politics cares about, and then the rest of the city, and there's that divide. And when I actually spoke to Trump voters, in Queens and in the Bronx, it felt like here was a campaign that was bridging that divide, that was getting beyond that bubble.
Right.
And we have to, if we want to actually have people believe in democracy, we have to show that democracy can deliver on their needs.
Right.
Like, I can't go and knock on somebody's door and say, help me fight for the ideal or the value of democracy. I have to go to that door and say, this is how this democracy is going to make it easier for you to afford your apartment.
Yes.
This is how this democracy is going to make it easier for you to afford your groceries. I mean, Fiorello LaGuardia said, you can't preach liberty to a starving land. And that's what we've been doing for so many years.
So what do you do? And this is like my concern. What do you do if you get strung up by the bureaucracy in the system? Because after talking to you, and even before talking to you, I genuinely think you believe this stuff. I don't think you're somebody who's like selling a dream that you don't believe in. And I don't think it's possible to communicate in the way that you've communicated and like touch people
without authenticity.
Without the authenticity. But like, I'm worried about entrenched politics.
Yep.
And I'm worried about the people that fund them, because they're the same people that have been fundraising against you.
No.
Okay. And I'm worried about them bending to their whim. And what scares me a little bit is there are going to be people that are incentivized for you to fail. And then if that pendulum swings all the way the other way, how many more people get hurt? And I guess my question is like, do you ever worry about that? Or do you have to be so blinders on that you're going to win? Like, I love this city more than anything. And it is something I consider. Like, what if we get the complete opposite of you that has like no care about the tenants, no care about what people are paying rent? Some guy who comes in and just goes, hey, this is a free market. Welcome to New York. It's capitalism.
You're talking about Andrew Cuomo.
But like,
Right?
I think it can be crazier than that.
And I think my point here is that there is going to be immense opposition. It makes it easier to construct more housing across New York City. It changes zoning regulations. It's estimated to allow for the additional construction of a little less than 90,000 new units.
Yep.
We have to build on top of that. It has to be even more than that.
Yep.
My point here is that when I speak to developers, we'll have disagreements about labor. We'll have disagreements about maybe materials and the cost of it. One place we have a real agreement about is the cost of waiting. Many of these developers will tell me one of the most expensive things they have to deal with is the wait. They'll put in an application, they'll put forward a bid, and then they'll have to wait and wait and wait. And we know time is money. Because you're not just waiting, you're also paying other people who are waiting with you. And there's an environmental law at the state level called SECRA. SECRA requires you, when you're putting forward an application, to estimate the traffic flows of 10 to 15 years from now. So when they did the Williamsburg rezoning, they were asking people to estimate these traffic flows before Lyft and Uber existed in New York City. And so now, obviously, their presence in New York City makes a mockery of any estimate that was made prior to that. And yet that estimate is still one you could be held liable for in court, saying you said it would be this and now it's this. And so to me, these are examples of what you were bringing up earlier of how do we bring these regulations more in line with reality, and how do we ensure that we are able to build the immense amount of housing we need so that we can actually have New Yorkers stay here. That's the goal, because we're building 4 homes per 1,000 people. Jersey City's at 7. Tokyo's at nearly 10.
What is Houston at?
Tell me.
They're doing an unbelievable amount, like, because there's just no regulation. Now, there's different circumstances. You're not building on top of each other, and there's a lot more land. I understand that. And I don't like those comparisons generally, because New York is such a specific city. We're living on top of each other and next to each other, and there's different considerations that we have to make. Okay, the HTPSA.
HSTPA.
Yes.
My boy about to say HSBC.
Bro, I
World's Local Bank. I feel like I'm on the airport just walking through the... they always got the ads.
So like, some people would say, and I think you just mentioned it, that like this was a progressive policy that had a really good idea. It's like, how do we protect these people that are in these rent stabilized units from being pushed out? And then obviously what landlords would say is, you've created a situation because you can, once something is rent stabilized, it can no longer be brought to free market rent, that it doesn't incentivize them to renovate the spaces. And now they have these like zombie apartments or ghost apartments. And I saw that one of your policies was to like impose punitive damages on like these big conglomerates like BlackRock that own all these, that could be anything from brownstones to buildings that have these vacant units, right? And I have different theories on that, but do you think that that policy did lend itself to making these zombie apartments from a perspective of, it's not worth it as a landlord to reinvest in this unit because I can't extract the rent that would justify
That
that.
extract.
So I think
like,
the HSCPA
like
was a
the
good thing.
the
I
money
think it
from
was a
poor
good
people's
thing
freaking
because what you had
like
prior
blood
to
and
it
resource
was
must
many
extract this
landlords
wealth.
taking units out of rent stabilization and using a vacancy bonus that they could receive when you pushed out a tenant as the reason they would continue to harass.
Yeah, I think it was like
many
a 20%
working class tenants.
bonus that you could get.
And obviously, you can imagine how many tenants were having to face that kind of
To
harassment.
put it in perspective, like my friend Carlos growing up, like he was in a rent control building and they literally just stopped accepting his family's rent. And he had to put the rent in escrow during like a multiple year process where they were just trying to get him out of the building because they were obviously trying to flip the building. So
And
I say that to
wish-
say that like I
Yeah.
100% empathize
Yeah.
with that, and that is a real issue.
Yes.
But sometimes protecting real issues can cause other ones that are unintended.
And that's where I think that, the policies I put forward that you're referring to, there's two separate things. One is ensuring that we're actually holding bad landlords accountable. This is about violations of housing code because right now, the city of New York is owed $800 million by landlords who have violated housing codes that the city has not collected a dollar on. It's just sitting there.
Why is that?
Yeah, why?
A lack of political will.
Is it lobbying? Is it
Look,
BlackRock going, I'm going to fight this?
The same landlords who are saying we can't afford a rent freeze dropped $2 million against me in the primary. So my point being is that there is money, and I think you're right that we have to take all of these concerns seriously. And what I've actually proposed with vacant units is having an actual study being done on the number of them and the reason for why they are currently being held off the market and finding what is the cost of bringing them back online, because there's a lot of discourse, a lot of anecdote. We want to get to the facts of it
because there's like a circumstance where you look at, and I'm sure it happens in New York City as well, but like Vancouver, for example, where there's a lot of foreign
Already had
investment
one.
in apartment buildings out there, and then the people of Vancouver just couldn't afford to buy into their own city that they lived their whole life. And I get that
when I was a foreclosure prevention housing counselor before I was an assembly member, and when I was running for assembly, at that point, 1/3 of all homes purchased in Queens were being purchased by unnamed LLCs. 1/3.
Does that? And what would that mean? Is that somebody trying to be sneaky on taxes, or is that somebody that is an outside?
There's a lot of hollowing out of neighborhoods where you're purchasing it oftentimes for the intent of flipping it, where you're purchasing it.
Yep.
And this is part of the issue, where so much of what has been the foundation of stability for so many New Yorkers has become seen as an opportunity for something like private equity.
All right, guys, let's take a break from this communist trash.
Yeah.
For 1 second, we need to talk about unbridled capitalism.
While we still have some money.
While we still have a couple bucks. While you guys still have a couple bucks before this guy convinces us to give it all away.
Well, no, I'm not Zoran.
Yeah.
I don't know if you hear that.
Holy shit.
What
the fuck?
Oh God, how long was this?
No, I'm not running for anything.
Oh, thank you. This is where we get into like the philosophy of like what is housing?
Ad break.
Like, is housing? No, like, and this is where it's like I have empathy for both sides. Like, I have empathy for the Puerto Rican family that worked their entire life and they were able to like buy this brownstone and they were told that like real estate is the only thing. Like, my parents were financially illiterate. They got lucky. They bought an artisan residence loft in a neighborhood that was too fucking dangerous for us to live in that ended up getting flipped around by NYU. It's like pure luck, you know? So it's like, so I have empathy for these people that put everything in it, right? And then at the same time, I also see there are people that are kind of holding hostage an asset class that we maybe should look more at as like I don't want to say a utility, but like there can be a little bit more restriction when it comes to like a roof over your head. So I have empathy for your communist position.
I was getting nervous about his own thoughts. I see you. He said, I gotta get out of this one. I don't know how I got here. No, but I hear you. This is. I mean,
you can probably articulate what I'm saying.
No,
better,
it's that you have something which is a necessity for people's lives.
and it's tricky. So it's like, what if somebody invested in water?
It's been treated, and it's been treated as a means by which to make profit.
Yeah.
And so I know that there are many who bought into this system with the promise of unrestricted profit. That's what it was before the HSTPA.
Yeah.
And one of the issues you're hearing from a lot of landlords is they entered into loans with banks that could only be paid back if they evicted a majority of the tenants who were paying the rent at the time they purchased the building.
Yeah.
And that's also why I have empathy when we're hearing about insurance costs and water bills and Con Ed and property taxes, because those are also costs that are skyrocketing.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's how do we create a city where we understand housing as a human right and also ensure that our affordability agenda is universal. It's tenants, homeowners, landlords.
I think in order to do it, like in order to do it with rent stabilization or rent control, it's going to need to be government funded, because I don't think any private developers are going to see the incentive structure that they need to put that kind of capital in. And if you're going to do it, you're going to have to raise money. And I saw on one of your things was you were considering, selling muni bonds, right? And I think you want to raise like $100 billion in 10 years, right? So we're looking
just
at
just one. Please do not bring the whole plate in here. That would be a disaster.
Let's say on
Thank
average,
you.
We're saying we're at 30 million. We gotta get 30 million.
But it's an ambitious endeavor. There are some limitations, as I'm sure you looked at, and this is where we go back to Albany. It's like, I looked into this. It's like, you got to raise the debt ceiling in order to be able to do that. Like, you got to ask Kathy to do that. Or if Kathy loses, you got to ask, what is it, Stefanik?
We're not even talking about Stefanik.
Then that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
They're going to fight you tooth and nail.
We're not going to have to worry about that hypothetical.
Okay.
With Stefanik.
Okay, fair enough.
But you look.
So what do you do in that scenario? Because
I think this is, we're talking about, right, the current law is 10% of the 5-year valuation of real estate in New York City, right? And having to change that. And I think this is where politicians don't get to decide the scale of the crisis they're facing. They get to decide how they want to respond to it.
Facts.
And so this is an ambitious agenda, no question about it. But this is a time where if we don't match that crisis with that ambition, we're going to lose people.
But you are held hostage by their will to match.
That's what I'm saying.
And what I would argue is that I've been in Albany. I've seen legislators and legislative leaders who've had a vision of a city where you tax the wealthiest a little bit more to provide for everyone, and they haven't had a partner in a mayor. It's not to say it's going to be easy, but my point is that we haven't even tried.
Ooh, this is interesting.
Like,
So
Andrew Cuomo is an example of not trying. He had 10 years of running
he had
the
some
state.
deaths to cover up. Poor guy, you know what I mean? He's got his hands full. Groping some people. It was busy. His hands were full, literally.
Sliwa had a bar, dude. Killing grannies and grabbing fannies is on his bar.
Sliwa had some bars on the debate stage.
You love his hat. You want that shit.
I can't believe that I'm being called a communist and the Republican nominee is wearing the red ring.
Bro, I keep calling him Emily in Paris. But shout out Curtis. But yes, so what you're saying is
you're like shouting out a sponsor of the show.
Yeah, the Netflix show. But shout out Kalshi. You're at 80%.
It's going well.
But so what you're saying is that there might be people in Albany that are more sympathetic, but because they've been up against a mayor in New York that has maybe no sympathy because they've been put in power by people who do not want this change, then they're not willing to. That's an interesting perspective. That they do not have the political capital.
The coalition. And I think this is the other thing is that we, from the beginning of this race, wanted to break out of the bubble of New York City politics and get into the world of New York City.
I thought you just didn't want to go to Israel. I thought that's what this was about. No, go on. One of the best moments ever. It was that moment, and then the one in the debate recently where fucking Cuomo couldn't say whether he was going to go to the Mets game or the Knicks game.
He said he wanted to go to both.
Bro, and like, you'll have moments
just
where...
pick one.
Exactly.
Just pick it.
Exactly. You'll have moments where where like you cut through like political fraudulence, and he's just like, I would do half and half, and you go, this guy.
When they asked the question in my mind, I was like, "There's no wrong answer here," and then he created the wrong answer. And it's like, just pick an answer.
It is a 5-year-old answer.
How are you going to do both?
It's the next game, though. It's the right answer.
Come on, because you're so poised, you're so articulate, and he said it, and you're just like, this fucking guy. You throw your hands up.
You created that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, but look, I grew up in the city, and I've often seen the city that our politics cares about, and then the rest of the city, and there's that divide. And when I actually spoke to Trump voters, in Queens and in the Bronx, it felt like here was a campaign that was bridging that divide, that was getting beyond that bubble.
Right.
And we have to, if we want to actually have people believe in democracy, we have to show that democracy can deliver on their needs.
Right.
Like, I can't go and knock on somebody's door and say, help me fight for the ideal or the value of democracy. I have to go to that door and say, this is how this democracy is going to make it easier for you to afford your apartment.
Yes.
This is how this democracy is going to make it easier for you to afford your groceries. I mean, Fiorello LaGuardia said, you can't preach liberty to a starving land. And that's what we've been doing for so many years.
So what do you do? And this is like my concern. What do you do if you get strung up by the bureaucracy in the system? Because after talking to you, and even before talking to you, I genuinely think you believe this stuff. I don't think you're somebody who's like selling a dream that you don't believe in. And I don't think it's possible to communicate in the way that you've communicated and like touch people
without authenticity.
Without the authenticity. But like, I'm worried about entrenched politics.
Yep.
And I'm worried about the people that fund them.
Transparency
because
is
they're
the
the
answer.
same people that have
Transparency.
been fundraising against
Make sure
you.
everybody knows
Okay?
what's going on at all
And
times.
I'm worried about them bending to their whim. And what scares me a little bit is there are going to be people that are incentivized for you to fail. And then if that pendulum swings all the way the other way, how many more people get hurt? And I guess my question is like, do you ever worry about that, or do you have to be so blinders on that you're going to win? Like, I love this city more than anything, and it is something I consider. Like, what if we get the complete opposite of you that has like no care about the tenants, no care about what people are paying rent? Some guy who comes in and just goes, "Hey, this is a free market. Welcome to New York. It's capitalism."
You're
like,
talking about Andrew Cuomo.
But like,
Right?
I think it can be crazier than that.
And I think my point here is that there is going to be immense opposition. There are incredible incentives to fight our agenda. What gives me hope is that the billionaires spending millions against me right now, they're not doing so because they're afraid my plans won't work. They're doing so because they're afraid that they will.
And how would that not incentivize them in some way? If people in the city have more money, they have more money to spend on whatever
That's my
businesses
point.
they have. Like,
if you look at the actual studies of free buses, it costs $700 million. It generates more than double that in economic benefit.
Put a bus
By
on
stim-
Second Avenue.
You're a one-issue voter. I was asking myself, who is Curtis Lee talking to? I'm not extending the Second Avenue subway, and it's this guy.
Curtis, I love you,
It's this
baby.
guy.
I love you, comrade.
It's Mr. Housing is a human right, but I don't want.
Yes.
You got the mission accomplished banner?
Yes.
Can we bring it up?
No, I think anybody who knows him would know this is he's been fairly liberal most of his life. These are things he would believe. I think what we worry about is that it won't work, and then my larger worry, if you are a kind of like you are a test for all of America. You are a case study, whether you realize this or not.
Yep.
And if you promise all these things and you deliver 40% of it, 40% is New York will be better off. But people will look at you nationwide, maybe worldwide, and say, you know what, that shit didn't work. Look at all the things he accomplished and look at what he couldn't get done. And yeah, they're spending millions. Billionaires are spending millions to stop you now. My fear, they're spending millions so they don't have to spend tens of millions later.
Ooh, that's a great point.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna block everything he wants to get done. I just want to save a little money and just have him lose so I don't have to spend more later. That's my fear. And I root for you because it feels authentic. I actually trust you more because you're not born in America. And I mean that. No, let me say it, because he cannot be president.
That's a part I dislike.
No, hold on. Because you cannot be president. So many politicians, what do they aspire to? You're a star. I would look at that guy and go, he could be president one day. With you, that's not even an option. So I trust your incentives more. I just care about the city. What do I want to be governor of the state? Who gives a fuck? You're Your stardom.
Mayor's above
extends
governor,
that.
right?
Yeah.
It is though, right?
I'm looking forward to working with the governor.
Be honest, growing up in New York, did you ever respect the governor?
I'm looking forward to work
No,
with
no,
the
no,
governor.
but no,
Right
I'll go with
now,
the
deliver
whole
on this
thing.
agenda.
I just found out we had a female governor. I had no clue. I thought it was the blind guy. I thought it was the blind guy.
No, but he's right. In terms of
15 years ago.
In terms of star
he was a great governor. It was
Governor Patterson?
Patterson was fantastic.
He was like a villain.
They put him on the first base. They put him on first base at the Yankee game. The poor guy. Do you remember the photo op?
In terms of star power, he's right. We've had Bloomberg was a celebrity that became mayor of New York. He didn't try to be fucking governor of New York. Nobody cares. Star power wise, this is the peak
second
for you.
most powerful position in the world.
And you can't be president, so that makes me trust you more. I just
Please, can you
worry
tell
that it
every
can't get
uncle
done.
that you can find that I can't be president? Every time an uncle takes a photo with me, they whisper in my ear, "President next." I'm like, it's illegal. It's illegal.
No, tell him to vote for Vivek. So I'm gonna connect you. Y'all have more in common than you realize. That's my guy. The more I got to know him, the more I got to know him, the more Vivek.
Your Doge.
This is a new partition. We don't need more Hindu-Muslim beef. We don't need more Hindu-Muslim beef.
Yes, we do. Faisal.
Achal kare.
Oh my God, one word in.
Don't let me get my fucking Hindi off, bro.
Direct to camera, hit it.
You're from Uganda.
Yes.
You're from Uganda.
You said
You're
that like
barely
a
even
diss.
Indian.
I was like,
You're
yes,
barely
true.
even Indian.
Oh, wow.
You're barely even Indian.
Yes,
You're barely even Indian. Wait a minute.
You ever heard of migration? No, but they all these things together.
Didn't they
Can I be
migrate?
honest? The Indians in Africa are like the Indians in America assimilated a lot more. He's more Indian than most Indians born here.
But listen, I was looking up a little
And
bit
his
of history.
mom's legend.
Didn't they actually remove?
We were expelled in 1972. My family was one of the...
Idi Amin, right?
Yeah, my family was one of the very few families that went back after the expulsion.
Went back to Uganda?
Went back to Uganda. That's why I was born there, in 91. So my family, in 1972, were expelled. They became refugees in London and lived in a refugee camp. And then after the fall of Amin, they returned to Kampala. And so that's where I was born. 91.
Shit on that, fuck boy.
I'm just saying, how shitty is London?
That's
so bad. You know what I mean? Like, how shitty is London?
two
What a
winters
dump.
in London.
See, public housing. You stayed in public housing for a few weeks, and you're like, we're gonna go back to Africa. I can't build it. Whoever built that camp, don't hire them to build the 200,000 units in New York. That's all I'm saying.
I was wondering where you were going to go. I was wondering where you were going to go. You were like, this is pretty sad. I got shit on London.
No, but
I actually like London.
London's my favorite city.
Dishoom?
But yeah, no.
I've been.
No. Brigadier's better. Dishoom, fine. Gymkhana, it's great for white people. That's Dishoom, fine.
My man likes Vivek and doesn't like Dishoom.
Did it?
You're really gonna love Gymkhana. You're gonna love it.
I tried Gymkhana.
In London?
Oh, it's a food place? What is it? I thought it was yoga.
It's one of my closest friends. I grew up with Gymkhana.
Come on. Shout out Bungalow. We love you. Okay, shout out Bungalow.
Bungalow Fire. They got another one.
Have you been to Bungalow yet?
I haven't been to Bungalow.
You haven't?
Oh, wow.
Let's go. I'll take you.
Let's go to Kebab.
Wow.
Kebab King I've done many times, but if I think it fell off a bit. But we'll go Desi Galaxy because all the good Indian food is in New Jersey.
Honestly, Edison.
Yeah, Desi Galaxy. That's my spot.
All right, guys, let's take a break for a second. Listen, have you ever noticed how two news outlets can cover the exact same story and make it sound like we live in two different realities? I mean, you saw them. Those girls were just, with all due respect, a lot of humidity in the panties. You know? Just saying. Let's get back to the show.
If you cannot accomplish all these things you set out to, are you aware of the pressure that's on you? Or are you aware of the domino effect that potentially comes with that?
Look,
There's
I think
some fear there.
I know there's definitely a lot of pressure. There's a lot of responsibility. I think oftentimes, though, the position of mayor, it's spoken about like it's a burden. There's also an immense opportunity. In fulfilling this agenda, you make it clear that politics can be more than choose between now and worse than now, as opposed to something that's better. And so to me, when I talk about freezing the rent, when I talk about making buses fast and free, delivering universal childcare, these are not slogans. These are not just slogans, they're commitments. And I know there's going to be immense pressure, But I also believe that once you start to succeed in your delivery of these things, the way you will see people's political imagination expand. We made 5 bus routes free in New York City. I went on them on the first day that program started. And the one in the Bronx was the BX18A. And I got on the bus. I was talking to the driver. He was like, today's been better because all I have to do is get from point A to point B. Don't have to talk about the fare. I'm just driving.
Yeah.
And then a nurse got on, and she reached for her MetroCard in her purse. The driver was like,
I got you, boo.
It's
Said, "I got
free."
you.
Yeah.
Yo,
Look at this
sit
guy.
your ass
Look
down.
at this guy. Look at this guy. My man Brody ad-libs.
You didn't think he was trying to flex like he was all
He's not trying to flex.
He's like,
He's
yo,
not trying to
it's
flex.
on me today, boo. It's on me. Take it
Let the man
serious.
paint a beautiful picture. Go.
What was she wearing?
You got the wrong candidate. You want to
I'm clapping for 7 p.m.
Can't do that.
Clapping.
Can't do that.
Clapping at 7 p.m.
You know, she's reaching for her MetroCard, and he's like, it's free. And she's like, what do you mean it's free? And he's like, no, don't. Just they've made this one bus route free. And then she starts dancing down the aisle to her seat. And to me, this is an image of someone going to work at a hospital who has, for the first time in a long time, had government actually look out for her. And people said that we wouldn't be able to deliver that.
Yeah.
They said that we wouldn't be able to have more riders. We wouldn't have a decline in assaults on bus drivers, that there would be more homeless people on the buses. None of those things were true. And that's what I see, is that every time we succeed, it builds the coalition even more for the next success.
Yeah, I just worry some of the larger things won't happen, and that's where you'll get judged.
Which ones are you worried about?
I think the rent freeze is going to be tough. I think raising minimum wage to $30 an hour is great in theory. I would love it, but I think we often forget that corporations just, like, you try to tax a billionaire, they find a loophole. You make minimum wage $30 an hour, watch how much we automate these jobs. And I'm not saying that's good, but that's my fear. And then if suddenly these two like major things don't happen, do we look at even getting free bus rides? Yeah, but that's who gives a fuck? It's free bus rides. They already had 5 free routes. It still sucked.
I
don't think you have much to worry about because Trump ran on building a wall and cleaning the swamp, and look, he's back being president. So it's like, if you don't get everything done,
He's
I
held
don't
to a
think it's
different standard.
the end for his,
Dems are expected to be
But I
perfect.
think, both of you are debating a premise that we can't accomplish these things. And my point to you is that it's an ambitious agenda, but it's one that I'm really confident in delivering.
The history of America's relationship with government is a very antagonistic one, right? Like the inception of America is fuck government, fuck people telling us what to do. The reason why I hope you can succeed is because I would love us to have more faith in government. If you've spent time abroad, like, you live in Europe and it's like, yeah, they're annoyed at their government, but at the same time, they're kind of like, it's cool, I get healthcare. There's a little bit more faith and trust. And then you go to like Scandinavia and they're like, the government can do no wrong. They could literally they could kill like 400 people and the government would be like, the people would be like, I probably did something bad. Like there's just so trusting of the government. I think Americans need to see government working for them.
Yeah.
And if that actually works, I think it would be a really beautiful thing where we can start believing instead of being skeptical of every single thing.
Yeah. And I think the point here is that there will be many New Yorkers for whom I will have to deliver first to earn their trust. And I understand that.
White people.
No, look at your gray sweater.
No.
ALD
Not
wearers.
white people. Not white people. Don't do it for the white people. Don't do it for the white people.
Soho's gone.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit of the whites.
Where am I going to get my Frodo cappuccino?
Okay, Zara, we're having fun, Zara.
Zara's gonna make so much money, it's unbelievable. I mean, like, I know she's got to work with you and like build a kit, but when it's done, it's like, I told her, there's gonna be like warlords in the third world that are gonna give her chests of gold to just come run their campaigns. This woman is talented.
It's a brilliant campaign.
Yeah, you're doing great, Zara.
We're gonna keep going
So
just for a little longer.
Is anything standing in your way? Like, you make it seem like, Albany's excited to, work with us, and, there's so much momentum and people are excited. So if things don't get done, whose fault will it be?
The status quo is standing in our way. And the reason that I'm excited is I think we have all of the ingredients to change that status quo. But the same people who've spent millions of dollars will still have an immense amount of money that they could use to try and spend in opposition once we're in government as well. And that's why, to me, the speed at which we deliver on a wide variety of things is critically important. That's why it's not just a plan to deliver universal childcare. It's also, how do we take down scaffolding across New York City, right?
Yeah, I love this plan.
But my point is,
you hit on some specific shit. You're like, halal cheaper and get rid of the scaffolding. And New Yorkers are like, yo, he's spinning.
It's like,
What do you kiddies doing?
I begrudge someone refusing to believe in the
Don't be
ability
mean.
for us to deliver universal child care if their interaction with government is government's inability to deliver on removing one sidewalk shit.
This is what we're talking about.
That's like, you have to find every single interaction where government has failed New Yorkers and say, this is an opportunity for me to do better.
Behave, kitties.
You know, the city has an opportunity to say, not just to building owners, what you should do. We have hundreds of sidewalk sheds at city-owned properties that have been up for more than 3 years. We could take those down ourselves. We don't have to wait on anybody. And my point is, let's be the example. Let's show that efficiency and waste and actually following through on our commitments is not an Elon Musk idea. It's actually for us
The Vivek
to do.
Ramaswamy idea. Anyway, the point is,
It is a Vivek idea. And
you
he
have
wanted to
the-
do it the real way. But anyway, go on.
You have the support of Hochul in Albany. How come the other establishment Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer haven't endorsed you?
Talk that
You
shit,
know,
though. Talk that real shit. Talk that real shit.
I've appreciated the conversations I've had with them. And the reason I've appreciated it is a lot of the talk in our politics is just about what's in 2 weeks, the election. But to me, one of the most important dates is not just November 4th, though you should sign up, register to vote by October 25th. You got a little bit of time left. It's January 1st. And I'm going to be working with Congressman Jeffries, with Senator Schumer on delivering this affordability agenda. And that's something that I'm looking forward to.
Are there specific political answer?
Give us that real shit, man.
Like the party. You got the party energized right now. You got the party energized right now. You're the Democratic nominee for New York. Like, why wouldn't they get?
Why is the
behind
party
you?
running against you? That
like
shit
the
is
party
crazy.
needs to come together. Yeah.
And I think that's another reason why, like, many lifelong Democrats, like myself, have been disillusioned by the party because it's like, why aren't you accepting the will of the people?
They did it to Bernie.
They did it to Bernie twice, right? They tried to do it again during this election. It's like, when do we get to take part in the democratic process? And when we do get to take part in the democratic process, when do you respect that? They might disagree with you, but it's not up to them. This is the will of the people. So if the people want to see this through, why are they spending millions of dollars to stop it? It's very frustrating. I think it undermines democracy.
I think in
Because
if
what
you look at
benefits the
Andrew
people
Cuomo
doesn't
and I,
benefit them.
in the primary now in the general, it is in many ways a battle for the soul of the Democratic Party. Right? It's two very different visions. And the things that we like to say are exclusively Republican problems, we saw a lot of them in the Democratic primary. Right? It wasn't a Republican that sent a mailer that artificially lengthened my beard. It wasn't a Republican that called me. I appreciate that, man.
You just
If
look
you
so
meant that
handsome with a big
sincere.
beard. You just, it was my Photoshop.
I thought you were being sincere.
What you went through is unbelievable.
But my point is that that's from a man that at one point was being spoken about as being the next president of this country.
Yeah.
Like, it's easy to forget now that we watch Andrew Cuomo on stage.
Yeah.
But not that long ago, people were saying he should be the next
He was
president of this
saying that
country.
fucking idiot.
Who?
Well, you said that.
When I say that?
You said that early in COVID, before we
Before he
run the tape.
murdered everybody.
Run the tape.
Before he murdered everybody, we
Can you
loved
make sure you
him.
get the
That was
clip
a
in?
private conversation I may have gotten in public.
We loved the
I'm not a good
meatballs
person.
talking. It was
Because I'm
good
not a good
meatball
person.
talk every night with him and his brother. It was fun.
Yes.
We were locked
Hey,
in.
okay.
We're waiting for the last dance.
I might ask you a question. You might not want to answer this, but this is something I see. Brown guy to brown guy.
BG to
A lot of
BG.
people like. There's an anti-Semitic label. Anti-Semitic label that happens. Do you think that happens if you're not Muslim? Because I've looked into what you said. It seems like you denounce anti-Semitism.
I do.
You criticize Israel. A lot of times it gets conflated, but the label won't stick unless there's another outside factor.
I do think that Andrew Cuomo, there are a number of things that he has said and done he would not have done if I weren't a Muslim candidate. And it is all too familiar for a lot of Muslim New Yorkers who grew up in this city to see the speaking up for Palestinian human rights to then be labeled as if it is bigotry against the Jewish faith. And what I've appreciated is that for all of the fear-mongering that he's done, there are so many Jewish New Yorkers who are able to see through that, and that I can look through his fear-mongering and still reckon with anti-Semitism in this city and talk about the real ways that will actually root it out.
Yeah.
It's not how Andrew Cuomo wants to weaponize it. It's are you going to increase funding for hate crime prevention programs? Are you going to ensure that the NYPD are outside of synagogues and temples on the Jewish high holy days? Are you going to actually have a curriculum like Hidden Voices taught in schools that celebrates the breadth and the beauty of Jewish life?
And you
Because
will do all of these things.
all of these things. And that's what's been so frustrating, is that this is a real concern that many Jewish New Yorkers have, and here's a guy who's just using it for political purposes.
And I think we all laughed at the Israel moment, and it was ridiculous to watch. But I knew the reason everyone was hammering you on it on that stage. It was like it was pretty obvious.
There was another thing that I thought was hilarious, like the picture with you with the imam and the New York Post put in the front page, and I'm like, holy shit, this looks bad. And then I look him up, and like Bloomberg campaigned with him, and Mayor Adams campaigned with him. I'm like, wait, okay, so what exactly is going on here? And then I think Cuomo said something where he goes, look at him standing with this guy who's homophobic. Like he even detached himself from the World Trade Center bombing thing because he knew it was a
Well,
fugazi.
unindicted co-conspirator is translation for man who is not found guilty of anything.
Yeah.
It's like I obviously object to a number of things that the imam has said about queer New Yorkers, and I am able to still stand there and speak to him while having a platform to defend those same queer New Yorkers, celebrate and cherish them in this city.
Yeah.
And Andrew Cuomo is always looking to distract from the fact that he has no plan.
I'm not
for
asking
that.
you to justify yourself. I'm just showing you that there are these campaigns that are put out there, and people will twist the truth and like this. It doesn't only happen with politicians. It happens like anybody famous. You know what I mean? So it's like, and you're getting the brunt of it. And I think you've handled it like with a lot of class. To be
Well, I
honest with you,
appreciate that.
like I know what it's like for the internet to say something about me that is completely false, and then people just believe it. And you are existing in this, and you're lucky enough to have a message that resonates with people where they can refute those lies that people say about you. I don't know if that's luck. I think that might be like talent, like you earned it.
No,
But it is
I do that.
fortunate that there are people that will be vocal despite the criticism that they might endure. Like, yeah, it's pretty. That's pretty awesome that you're touching people like that. I genuinely hope that like what you're presenting can be executed. I mean that sincerely. I mean that sincerely.
I appreciate it.
I know that there's going to be a lot of opposition. You know that more than anything. You've been in government, and yeah, I just hope you have the political capital to push it through. And I hope that these decisions actually make life better for New Yorkers. And I hope if you find that they don't, that you won't be caught up in your ego, and you will be able to pivot for the best of
It
New York.
always has to be for the city.
Okay. Because that
Always
is
has to be for
like
the city
just
of New York.
sometimes we make decisions and we have the best intentions behind those decisions and they don't work out. And the politicians or the leaders in general that are willing to go, that wasn't the right thing, we can make that
You can
pivot.
actually grow.
Dude, we'll like you even more for acknowledging it. And we'll feel even safer.
And I also think this is, it's a part of being human, right? To be able to reflect and to be committed more to a mission than it is to yourself.
Yeah.
And look, like I came on this show for me, it was bad for New York. Right? I'm learning that. I'm not going to come back because it was a selfish decision. But I can learn
just
that.
wanna hang
It's
out
an
with the boys.
expensive lesson.
Yeah.
It's an
Wanna hang out with
expensive
the
lesson.
boys.
What's the odds at right now? Probably like
51%.
51%. You have to win because I bet him $1,000 that you would win.
Okay,
he bet against you. That's crazy.
I had a guy I hadn't spoken to.
in the people.
I had a guy I hadn't spoken to since high school text me like 5 days before the election. Goes, yo, bro, I just put 1,000 on you. Like, please don't let me down.
Okay, Zara is trying to get you at it. Where do you have to go next?
Procurement press conference.
Okay.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
What are you procuring?
Yeah.
We're talking about how to cut down on waste.
I love this. This is
You
you're
wanna
talking
come?
my language. I will. If we got another Potter.
I gotta
procure.
You're serious about this efficiency game.
No, we're gonna go to Bungalow, and then we're gonna talk, and then I'll be there. I'll be there with you.
Come out, King.
Okay.
Okay.
Before you go, Joey, bring in the bench press because he has to.
Every year, I'm gonna do 1 pound more.
Let's go.
Next year, 136.
Let's go.
The year after that,
As soon as you got in the bench, I was like, you fucked up, dude.
Yeah, let me tell you.
shouldn't have done it.
I knew I fucked up when I saw that. You think I thought I was gonna kill it? I knew there was a problem. And this guy was like, "You gotta do it." I was like, "You gotta do it." I was like, I really don't
You should have put the big 10-pound weights on. You know them big 10-pound?
I was trying to get it.
It was all now you got it.
I was trying to, but next year 136.
Okay. Watch you just
promises I can keep.
Let's just
136. 136.
You didn't keep 135. 136.
He's gonna get there.
Strike that from the edit.
Zoran Mondani, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Oh, hi again. Welcome back from the ads and things. Cody, news guy. Ties, beards. Did we do this part already? Sorry, I'm a little distracted because I ordered something I really, really need, and it says it's 9 stops away, but it said that for the last like 3 hours. Whatever, it's still fine. I can't complain, right? Everything is so convenient these days. Thank you, capitalist Mr. Clean. Hot dog! It is now 8 stops away. Cool. We really are finally living in the rad future that we were promised. A world where we can get anything we want with a touch of a button. Groceries, rides, late night booze, laundry detergent, a Super Mario DVD, I'm not sure which one, and a guy who will pay cash for your old lottery tickets. I don't know why. It was an intriguing ad and he responded very quickly. Pretty soon, you won't even have to press a button anymore. You will press a button to press the button for you. Oh wait, we did that too. It truly is a time of wonders. But hey, here's some news. Oh, hold on. 9 stops away? Again? The high cost of modern convenience. Well, while we're waiting, there's really nothing else to do but like this video and subscribe to our channel, please. Anyway, look, I'm not against convenience. I love convenience. Some of my best friends are extremely convenient. But in the wacky world of corporations, convenience always comes at a price. And we know it. Workers get exploited, companies dodge responsibility, and customers get fleeced, if not put in harm's way. And that's what today is about. There is an arms race of various tech companies pushing to disrupt every industry in the name of convenience, which we've allowed to thrive because, for the most part, they do seem really convenient. You know, as long as we don't mind the occasional burst of terror and pain. Like, wow, an app that sends a taxi right to your door? That's really convenient. Will those drivers occasionally assault people? Yeah. Both Uber and Lyft have dealt with this issue, which is ongoing. For example, last year on what was supposed to be a routine trip home from a Denver co-working space, Colorado State Representative Jenny Wilford was picked up by a Lyft driver who wasn't the man in the driver's profile. During that ride, Wilford says she was sexually assaulted. Eventually, she got out of the car and walked to a different location so the driver wouldn't know where she lived. All of Lyft's drivers are supposed to be vetted, but sometimes they super are not. According to the details of the lawsuit, a company called Shanu Transportation created a Lyft account for one of its cars, then handed access to that account to other drivers who never went through Lyft's background checks or the driver qualification process. So a middleman to a middleman was added to the process, resulting in an unvetted driver behind the wheel when Wilford stepped into her Lyft ride. And again, this is one of way too many examples of this. Surely the company is aware of this issue and working diligently on a fix, you might be saying. And let me assure you, who might be saying that, the answer is a firm, sort of. Lyft's big fix for this extremely ongoing problem was the Women Plus Connect feature. More stuff. I love it when they plus a thing. It's a toggle that lets women and non-binary riders match with women and non-binary drivers. And sure, that sounds like a step in the right direction. Men are statistically the problem with this kind of stuff. And Lyft's CEO even pitched it as empowerment. Now, women can earn money on their terms. Problem is, Lyft doesn't have to give you a driver if none are available. So even if you use this feature, there's a good chance you'll end up with a male driver anyway. Plus, both passengers and drivers are pointing out that this solution might actually make things less safe for them. See, because Lyft and Uber don't verify anyone's identities when you sign in, a female driver might get matched with a female passenger who is actually just a guy using his girlfriend's account, possibly with worse intentions than just avoiding surge pricing, and vice versa. I mean, I just pointed out that a person was assaulted by someone using another person's account, which is the actual problem. So it's essentially a placebo button, and not one that gets you a ride with the band, which is probably good, who wants that? But also, this is worse, because it's basically a big sign that says, "Here be all the women." And while Lyft's PR says Women Plus Connect will give riders and drivers more choice, longtime drivers point out that female riders were already doing this on their own by canceling trips until a female driver showed up. And all of this is layered on top of a reality where, as one Chicago driver bluntly put it, people doing rideshare have no presumption of safety. Hey, that could be their new slogan.
Wow. Ouch.
Obviously, it's not just ride shares. The same issues are present in every popular convenience service. Airbnb, to name one, is the crown jewel of the convenience economy. Millions of listings, 275 million users, and over $11 billion in revenue last year. But of course, they're able to do that by sidestepping all the regulations that make hotels safe and accountable. No front desk, no security, no housekeeping staff. Accountability is essentially replaced with vibe checks and crossing your fingers that the owner isn't a barbarian, like the barbarian from Barbarian. And sex pests abound. Airbnb has spent an average of $50 million a year to settle claims ranging from wrecked homes to sexual assaults, including one case where a man used a copied house key to enter a rented unit and attack the guest inside. In Fort Lauderdale, a woman hired to clean an Airbnb was violently attacked by an intruder while she was on the job. She filed a lawsuit against the company and the hosts for failing to implement basic security, arguing that the owners were aware of previous break-ins and that the platform left her exposed to violence just by showing up to work. I'm no lawyer, despite what my Trump University degree says. Law knower guy. But it seems like she has a pretty strong case. Airbnb is also jacking up local economies, and not in a good way like Wheeljack, in a bad way like Gunjack. Short-term rentals have hammered local housing markets around the world, causing many places to enact laws to protect citizens and communities. Dallas is trying to block short-term rentals in some neighborhoods. San Francisco and Seattle capped listings per host. And cities like London and Paris limit how many nights a property can be rented out. Barcelona even went so far as to ban private room rentals entirely after years of climbing rents, anti-tourism protests, and neighborhoods getting hollowed out into D-list celebrity birthday parties for the weekend. See, because cities zone for hotels, they are a commercial property. But Airbnb breaks that and turns what should be housing into unofficial, unsanctioned businesses. And that's, confusing, on top of hurting the rental market. In fact, the Economic Policy Institute found that Airbnb's economic downsides often far exceed its supposed perks. Sure, it boosts short-term lodging supply and may slightly lower prices, but housing prices skyrocket as the housing supply drops because units that used to be long-term rentals are changed to short-term Airbnb listings. Researchers looked at what actually happens when Airbnb activity doubles in a neighborhood and found it increases housing prices by 6 to 11%. That's your rent eating another whole paycheck to finance the passive income of a digital landlord, which is nowhere near as cool a phrase as it should have been. Digital landlord should have been what the lawnmower man forced us all to call him in his server churches. Instead, it's some yahoo rolling Bitcoin dice on a neighborhood to the immediate detriment of everyone living there. A study of New York City found that from 2015 to 2017, rents went up 1.4% citywide just because of Airbnb expansion. That's about $384 a year extra for the average renter. Money that could have gone to food, bills, medication, or literally anything besides helping some aspiring real estate mogul buy another ring light for his podcast. You could buy a really convincing fake degree from the president's fake university, a degree that I now realize should have said Law Knower Man for the reference synergy. And beyond the economic effects, neighborhoods shift from being communities to tourist traps. Again, they weren't zoned for that. In Miami Beach, over 1,000 police calls in 1 year connected to Airbnb addresses, including several related to violent crimes. Because people on vacation are different from people who live in a place, right? Have you seen yourself on vacation? You are a fucking monster. That's the entire point of being on vacation, after all. You didn't cash in your sick days to not drink tequila at 10 a.m. on a Monday, right? You sure can. You can rim anything, in theory. This rental increase and commercialization creates something called a doom loop, like a Latvian real estate scam. Basically, it's when renters get financially locked into using Airbnb. During the height of the pandemic, amateur investors flooded into the Airbnb game, especially in small towns and rural areas, snatching up cheap properties like a kid in a candy store, except the candy is overpriced real estate and the kid has access to predatory lending. Between mid-2021 and mid-2022, the number of new hosts jumped by more than 50%. Now, the market's oversaturated. We've got too many Airbnbs and not enough guests. But prices haven't dropped because hosts are trying to cover fees and inflated mortgages. The end result is the doom loop, Richards! Independent hosts can't cut prices without losing money, so guests gravitate back to the hotels that can. It's a Groundhog Day of financial ruin. Everyone's miserable except Airbnb, which in 2023 earned nearly $5 billion, its biggest profit ever. Boy, seems like we really nailed it that first time with hotels, right? You know, how hotels were kind of the ideal version of this, and then we disrupted it to end up back where we started, but worse. And that reminds me, streaming sure sucks these days, doesn't it? Over at Amazon, you can purchase all the digital movies and music your swollen heart desires, but everything in your library is fair game for predatory and misleading practices that hide what you're actually spending money on. There's currently a lawsuit arguing that Prime Video misleads customers when it says you can buy a movie. Because you're not buying Jack Booty, which is worse than Wheeljack, but better than Gunjack. Because at least Jack Booty can't clobber you with its powerful arms. When you buy something on Prime Video, you're just licensing it. It's Jeff Bezos subletting you a DVD. The second the licensing deal changes, poof, your purchase is gone. It's the same for any streaming purchase. Last year, anime streaming service Funimation shut down and shoved everyone over to Crunchyroll. But in the process, they also nuked the digital copies of Blu-rays and DVDs customers thought they owned. So at any moment, your precious library of hentai research could suddenly vanish. And that's the through line with all of these platforms. They give you less ownership while charging you for things you can't even hold in your hand. And when you try to complain, your only recourse in most situations is frustrating interactions with chatbot support that end with us yelling, "Talk to a human!" into the void. Because that's the punctuation to all of these. Something we've all dealt with more and more. Fucking bots. We're told automated support is more efficient, but what they've actually built is a recursive maze where a chatbot apologizes 300 times without ever solving your problem, like the worst Alice in Wonderland character, ironically turning you into a mad chatter. Again, I don't need to tell you how frustrating this is. But unsurprisingly, studies have shown people negatively review bots more than humans, even when the service provided was identical. A whopping 70% of users still say they'd pick a human over a chatbot, which makes sense when 60% of users say bots don't even understand what they're asking to begin with. 65% of consumers think humans are better at understanding complex problems, and 54% said humans were better at solving their problems in a single call or support session. It's just better to talk to a human being who you know understands the situation and will at least give a polite chuckle when you crack a lukewarm joke. Of course, food delivery apps are among the worst of all these, and not just because of poorly automated customer service for my misdelivered ham fries. DoorDash and Grubhub have more hidden fees than a Faustian bargain. In 2024, the FTC hit Grubhub for running what a former executive had called a pricing shell game, hiding delivery charges behind misleading labels like service fee or small order fee. These were junk fees in disguise, and Grubhub had to cough up $25 million to settle that case. And they're not alone. Uber Eats was found to have quietly marked up menu prices above what the restaurant actually charges, pocketing the difference for themselves while still charging restaurants high commissions. And in June, DoorDash got slapped by Canada's antitrust watchdog for luring customers with low prices, then slamming them with surprise fees at checkout. On top of all that, like a thin slice of tomato I absolutely did not ask for, these apps bundle fees into vague line items you have to carefully read to make sure you're not getting hit with a bag fee or something. Even when you demand a refund, which is supposed to be one of the easier processes in customer service, these apps find a way to make it everyone else's problem. Sure, you might get your money back if something goes wrong. However, the platform usually makes the restaurant pay the refund instead of covering it themselves. And in some cases, the place you thought you ordered from had no idea you were ordering. Grubhub, at one point, listed over 300,000 restaurants without their consent, resulting in customers ordering items that were out of stock or no longer even on the menu, and the restaurants getting blamed for Grubhub's kitchanery. That's chicanery in the kitchen. Much like the hidden fees, these companies will routinely hide legalese that absolves them from all responsibility within lengthy terms of service documents that every single person on planet Earth scrolls through without reading. And it's not just because we're lazy. Even though this entire video is about how we're carving ourselves up like the greed murder in Seven for the sake of not having to drive all the way to Publix for my Mike's Hard, we're not lazy. We all know the deal here. We've all accepted it blindly, and for some reason, terms of services are everywhere and impossibly long. And because no one actually reads those things, companies sneak in bizarre clauses. To prove that point, one study found that students who signed up for a fake social network with a long TOS had to agree to give the company their future firstborn children, and only a quarter of them even read it. Real-world TOS agreements haven't become that egregious yet, but they're routinely used to trick customers into granting companies privileges they are not entitled to in any way. The on-demand service Handy, which I was disappointed to learn is only a house cleaning service, once tried to make its customers pay for future tax bills if their workers were ever legally reclassified from independent contractors to employees. So if you don't read carefully, you might find yourself as a tax co-signer on a bunch of labor disputes. Which reminds me, while these apps are a nightmare for us, the customer, they are even more of a nightmare for the worker. It's their nightmare after all. We're just guest starring in them. So that's the next thing we're gonna talk about. Oh, snap! Speaking of entitlement, a drone just dropped a guy in here, he tossed a package at me, and the drone grabbed the guy and left. Oh, the future's amazing. But hey, it's finally here. Ah! This is not what I ordered. But it could be what you ordered. Enjoy even more commercials while I yell at a chatbot or something. I don't know.
Friends and well-wishers, welcome to Katie's Corner. It's the part of the show where we take a deep breath, slow down, maybe eat some string cheese and almonds, and think about how we can bring some mindfulness and quietude into our lives. For me, That is with the Calm app. It helps me center myself after a long day in the news field and get back in touch with my breath. Their guided meditations help me work through anxiety and stress and boost focus. Plus, their sleep stories are exactly what I need when I need to clear my head of the news and get to snoozing. Seriously, though, I've been using the Calm app for a very long time. One of my favorite sleep stories is the Matthew McConaughey one.
Sure.
I'm like, hey, Matthew, want to read me a bedtime story? And he's like, all right. Okay. Anyway, plus, I need a distraction, so I don't eat any more string cheese and almonds. Seriously, I could do that all night. Do you want some string cheese and almonds? I have so much left over from my snack pack party. It's really just taking up too much space in my den. Anyway, okay. Calm is the #1 app for sleep and meditation, and it is here to help you feel better. I love it, and I look forward to my moments of calm every day. Even if you don't have much time, it can help you center yourself, focus, and while you're not supposed to snack
Here, back.
while
I
you're
lost
meditating,
it.
these SCNAs aren't going to eat themselves, you know what I'm saying? So calm your mind and change your life. Calm has an exclusive offer just for our audience. Get 40% off a Calm premium subscription at calm.com/more news. This is an amazing value. Go to calm.com/more news for 40% off unlimited access to Calm's entire library, including Matthew McConaughey. Calm.com/more news. Tell Calm that you heard about them from us, though. That's a really important part of this. Okay, there's a noise outside. What is that? Ooh, another snack pack delivery. Someone's playing a prank on me. That someone is myself.
Do you remember that episode of Seinfeld about the wallet? No, not the episode of The Wallet where Jerry's dad thinks his wallet was stolen at the doctor's office. I'm talking about the season 9 episode, The Reverse Peephole, where George has a wallet that's so overstuffed with coupons and tickets and other things that he sits at an angle and gets back pain. Do you remember that? That's what happened to me. My old wallet was the size of a fly ash brick and had the texture of old sandpaper. But thank goodness I got rid of that heap and got myself a new wallet from Ridge. They're made with premium materials like aluminum, titanium, and carbon fiber. Plus, they have a simple and slim design that can hold up to 12 cards plus cash. This baby will make you so confident you'll be strutting down the street just like Kramer did wearing the Technicolor Dreamcoat in the season 7 episode, The Wig Master. Ridge wallets come in over 50 colors and styles, and they all have RFID blocking technology, which keeps you safe from digital pickpockets. Just like in the episode... I don't think digital pickpocketing existed when they were making Seinfeld. Whatever! For a limited time, our audience gets 10% off at Ridge by using code SMN at checkout. Just head to ridge.com and use code SMN and you're all set. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. You find out in the 4th season finale that Jerry's dad's wallet was just in Jerry's couch the whole time. Sitcoms, you know? Talk to a person. Human. Cody want human. Hi. Hey. Okay. Hi. Welcome back from those ads. I hope they showed you all kinds of ways you can torment your fellow man by smashing that next day delivery button. Speaking of which, it's time to talk about the other side of the equation. The workers. Forced henchmen, you could say. Here in America, we don't really have any choice except to work for the bad guys. But somehow, with worse benefits than in the movies, LeFou would have presumably been invited to Gaston's forced marriage wedding, but not a single Amazon driver was granted access to Jeff Bezos' oceanside nuptials. Curious. Companies treat the humans doing the actual work behind all this convenience worse than carnival goldfish. I at least had the decency to cry when my carny fish died. R.I.P. Cody too. So just to start, many DoorDash drivers are lured in by earnings estimates that are about as honest as Elon Musk's robot demonstrations. DoorDash recently paid a $16 million settlement after the company was caught misappropriating tips, specifically by using them to subsidize base pay instead of actually giving them to the drivers. So if a driver was guaranteed $10 for a delivery and you tipped $3, DoorDash would pay the driver $7 plus your $3, meaning your tip covered part of DoorDash's contribution. You were actually tipping DoorDash, the corporation. And of course, most drivers are labeled independent contractors, which means they receive no benefits, no protections, no health care, and no guaranteed income. What might you need protections for? I don't know, the occasional attack by an angry customer wielding a tire iron because their chicken wings didn't arrive. That actually happened. Specifically, a Milwaukee driver had to cancel a delivery because her phone lost service, which angered the customer, who could still see her car on the app. And so that customer used the app to follow her home and smash up her car, resulting in $10,000 in damages and, one imagines, no vehicle to do her job with. 7 stops away. Supposedly, anyway, this dehumanizing system plays perfectly into these companies' promise of an inhuman delivery speed. We're in an on-demand economy now, baby, and we want our shit today. Between 2015 and 2017, Google searches for same-day shipping jumped 120%. But promises of speedy same-day delivery don't happen by magic. They're built on exploiting human workers, which is a kind of magic, I guess. A New York Times investigation shows that brands farm out hiring to staffing agencies to fulfill same-day shipping demands.
In the
Those
car.
agencies often recruit undocumented migrants desperate for work, but these workers are routinely abused with long hours and unsafe working conditions. Then the staffing agencies cut corners, shorting wages, skipping payroll taxes, and writing paychecks that bounce because the agency's accounts don't have the funds. And because the warehouse labor is technically being performed by employees on the staffing agency's books, the name brand companies get to dodge direct legal responsibility for any of the, let's call them, employer shenanigans. Or you know what? Crimes. When workers for style companies Aloe Yoga and Bella Plus Canvas organized to demand fair pay and treatment, the brands simply switched to using a different staffing agency, leaving the original workers without a job entirely. So just zero power to the worker, opposite of power. Middlemen hiring middlemen hiring middlemen. Everyone laundering human suffering so the end user can shelter themselves in plausible deniability. So the customers are frustrated and the workers are frustrated. In other words, it's miserable people interacting with other miserable people, all trapped in an economy where every transaction has a middleman skimming off the top like a digital parasite. It's what economists call neo-feudalism. Tech platform lords collecting rent while delivery driver serfs break their backs hauling your pad thai through traffic. But at least in old-timey feudalism, the serfs got to keep the land they lived on. Yes, that's right, I'm being nostalgic for regular feudalism. Cody, dearest news papa, you're probably saying in that weird voice of yours. Dearest news papa, there it is, that's what you sound like. Why don't workers just sue these companies into oblivion?
Because they don't have rights.
My love, a lawsuit in this space is like a coyote on rocket skates, doomed to fail and infested with desert fleas. Convenience apps like Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash collect legal troubles like they're Labubu dolls. They're constantly getting hit with lawsuits over stolen tips, wage theft, or unsafe conditions. For example, that $16 million DoorDash stolen tip settlement was split between 60,000 drivers. And while the payouts varied based on how many deliveries each one made, that's an average of $279 per worker. Uber and Lyft have thrown billions at avoiding liability because they have billions to spare. In 2024, both companies settled a lawsuit for a total of $328 million over misclassification and wage theft claims in New York. But nothing about the working conditions that resulted in those payouts actually changed. Employees are still classified as independent contractors, even when states like California try to sue on behalf of drivers. As of the writing of this episode, Smilin' Gavin Newsom signed a bill giving California's gig drivers the right to collectively bargain, meaning Uber and Lyft drivers can now negotiate wages and benefits as a group. But companies like Uber and Lyft drag out these court battles like your one weird friend who insists on finishing Monopoly. The point is, as we've discussed in the past, lawsuits are just another cost of doing business. Like, people should still try, but it's factored into their budgets, doesn't really translate into much money for the worker, and doesn't seem to change much of anything. It's weird, because we used to know how to deal with situations like this. Lawsuits and regulations used to actually matter. Back in the early 20th century, new industries held tremendous power. Railroads dictated shipping terms. Alexander Graham Bell wanted to own every phone call in America, and RCA tried to hog the radio waves. The government actually stepped in to break up monopolies and regulate rates to make sure consumers had at least some protection against the rise of corporate America. For a while, the balance kind of worked. We had strong unions, robust public agencies, and most conflicts played out in actual courts instead of arbitrations in corporate back rooms. But then, well, the 1980s rolled around. Oh God, it's him again! The freaking Kimmy Gibbler of presidents. Ronald Reagan showed up and spun the very idea of government regulation as a bad thing. Public services got sold off to the private sector. Prisons, schools, even some of the damn firefighters. And along with that came the spread of arbitration as a liability loophole. Arbitration is when a matter gets settled outside of the courtroom. This allows corporations to avoid public scrutiny and class action lawsuits and implement other tactics that give them the upper hand. In 1995, the Supreme Court decided that arbitration requirements could be stuck into consumer contracts like terms of service. Translation, even if a company was breaking the law like Johnny Cage testing his might, you might still end up in arbitration instead of a courtroom. And in the decades since, the court has doubled and tripled down on arbitration as though the very concept of corporate accountability shot its parents in Crime Alley, the worst alley. Unless you need money. Or drugs. Buried arbitration clauses hidden within those boring walls of text you never read before hitting I agree became corporate superweapons. A few elite lawyers rewrote the rules so that what started as a statute to resolve contract disputes between companies is now a national policy stripping rights from workers and consumers, all with zero public oversight. Corporations like Amazon, Apple, and Google effectively write their own laws via terms of service. Amazon alone has 2.5 million third-party sellers who must play by its rules, pay a laundry list of fees to compete against Amazon's own products, and agree to arbitration if they want to complain. So Amazon gets to be both the referee and the player, while everyone else fights over scraps. Lyft's own 2019 public safety report admitted there were over 4,000 sexual assaults reported on its platform in just 3 years. And that's only the reported cases. A lot of those victims were forced into arbitration before they could even file a lawsuit demanding changes that should have been built into the system from the start. Thankfully, they have since ended forced arbitration agreements for sexual assault, probably because that pissed everybody off. So yeah, it's all bad, seemingly evil at times. But I guess the reason we put up with all of this and why we all haven't deleted Amazon, DoorDash, and Lyft several Lycan moon cycles ago is because they are really convenient, right? I think most people would agree that it's easier this way and hard to think about going back. We can get Taco Bell delivered now. That never used to be the case. People used to have to drunk drive for that. So I guess that is one good thing that we got rid of. And I think the big transition point was, of course, the height of the pandemic. During that time, these companies weren't just desired, but necessary, and for some, life-saving. Even now, there are people with disabilities that rely on this stuff. For the elderly, people with chronic health or mobility issues, or anyone without reliable transportation, visiting a food pantry can be very difficult. At the beginning of COVID, anti-hunger organizations worked quickly to tackle this issue, and companies like DoorDash stepped up with programs like Project Dash. By the end of 2022, more than 300 nonprofit partners were using it to deliver food to people who couldn't get it on their own. That makes a measurable difference. For instance, in Detroit, about a third of people live more than a mile from an actual grocery store. A University of Michigan study found that these grocery delivery services actually help people who've had the hardest time getting food, especially those relying on nutrition assistance or dealing with mobility issues. The point is that I don't think we should, abolish these things, but try to make them better, especially for people who actually need them beyond just the convenience aspects of them. And not every convenience business is a soulless cash grab. Some of them actually solve real problems, like GoGo Grandparent, which is an on-demand service for people who can't or don't want to fiddle with a multitude of apps on a smartphone. You just call a number on a phone, which for our younger viewers is what your phone used to be for, and they will handle rides, groceries, even meals, all without downloading a single app, which is helpful if you're a senior, if you're blind, or if you just dropped your phone in an icy machine. But you may notice that even that service only exists to ease the burden of navigating all the apps. It adds a middleman to the mass of middlemen, or maybe a collection of middlemen is called a murder. Again, not saying we should abolish all of these, but I can argue that these convenience apps aren't actually that much more convenient or cheap. I mean, we all know this, right? Having Taco Bell delivered while saving you and pedestrians a highly irresponsible and illegal drunk drive, it's gonna triple what you pay, assuming you tip well, which you fucking should. Going back to that study around Detroit, the more transportation challenges their residents faced, the more likely they were to see the cost of online grocery delivery as a barrier. This was particularly true for those with significant transportation issues, as 69% of them cited cost as a major obstacle, compared to 50% of people with fewer issues and only 37% of those with no challenges. So the people who need it most can afford it the least, which is basically the American healthcare system, but for groceries. I could also argue that food is a part of healthcare, actually. Water too, but that's another episode. And a survey by the American Foundation for the Blind found that many blind or low vision users were locked out of these benefits because the apps themselves weren't accessible, thanks to design choices that didn't account for disabilities. In other words, these apps would be good for people with disabilities or a lack of transportation if they were actually made for those people, but they aren't. There's a fundamental problem with all these so-called convenience apps. You can never get something cheap, fast, and good. You only ever get maybe two. Food delivery apps, fast and decent, but outrageously expensive. Amazon is fast and cheap, but there's no oversight, so you could end up with something wildly different than what you thought you ordered. Also, its very existence is a blight on the human world, which is a bit of a setback. That's the dirty secret. Convenience always starts great until reality sets in. For instance, let's go back to streaming. Netflix was once the golden child, no doubt offering the golden child. In 2008, it cost a few bucks a month for no commercials and deals with all the big studios, so you had brand new blockbusters right next to old classics. They didn't even care if you shared your password. Over time, people cut cable for Netflix, which inspired 10 more streaming apps to sprout up. Amazon threw in Prime Video as a free bonus, and suddenly every company was clawing for screen space. Studios wanted their own slice of streaming pie, which is how we got Peacock, Disney Plus, HBO Max, Max HBO, Paramount Plus, and so on. Quibi was there, briefly. And throughout all this time, Netflix kept changing the deal. 2011 saw them change pricing so streaming and getting physical DVDs were separate tiers. In 2014, they raised the price by another $2 a month. After all, since everyone was competing, holding on to their IP, Netflix has to start making original shows too. Fast forward to 2025, and Netflix's basic plan has been completely phased out. Their standard plan that started in 2013 at $9.99 is now $17.99. Their premium plan also climbed from $11.99 to $24.99. Or if you'd like, you can pay $7.99 for the pleasure of their standard with ads, which comes to around 5 minutes of ads per hour. Prime Video is still technically included with Prime, but now you get ads unless you cough up extra for ad-free viewing. Hulu, Disney Plus, and HBO have all implemented similar tiers where the privilege of not watching commercials costs more collectively than cable ever did. Because movies and TV cost money to make. These companies promised way more than they could deliver. You simply can't offer people hundreds of movies for a few bucks. That was never gonna happen. They basically lied to disrupt an entire functioning industry and replaced it with something worse. And the illusions are only getting bolder. The next frontier of easy and convenient is AI. Pitched by every tech company as the ultimate time saver. We got an AI actress now. Entire movies will be AI, and it won't cost a thing, except for all the money it'll cost, if only in the lawsuits. It's just unsustainable. We have companies who want to cut out workers entirely, and customers who want really, really convenient services for cheap and also good. See how none of that really meshes? You don't need have to pay them, which will be good because no one will have money because the robots took the jobs. Again, none of it really meshes. The pieces don't really fit together. It's weird to just say, we shouldn't do a lot of this, but we shouldn't do a lot of this. Because there are consequences beyond what we've already talked about. Consequences to our society that are perhaps negative. Hold that thought. Finally, a person. Oh my God. Hi, this is Cody, the man. I'm the human man. I'm just gonna take this. Who knows when I'll get to talk to another person again. I'm so glad you're a person. I'm yelling, but please stay on the line. Enjoy these ads, which are also automated. I have no idea what they're gonna be. No, you didn't hang up. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm still speaking very loudly. I'm so excited.
If you've ever been in the market for a new home, you know home shopping can be a lot. There's so much you don't know and so much you need to know. What are the neighborhoods like? What are the schools like? Who is the agent and who knows the listing or neighborhood best? And why can't all this information just be in one place? Well, now it is on Homes.com. They've got everything you need to know about the listing itself, but even better, they've got comprehensive neighborhood guides and detailed reports about local schools. And their agent directory helps you see the agent's current listing